Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Hey, come here. You look like a music lover.
Excuse me, senor. It is not ole ole, no?
Without have no soul.
Hello, hello, hello. Hope you're all having a lovely Sunday and you had a great weekend so far. Thank you all for taking time to join us this morning. And hey Falcoon, hey Nicole, Addy, Simulation 380, and Just Gaming Farmer. Hope you're all doing well. Hope you're having a great weekend thus far. So we are flying. It's pretty much an all Airbus stream today, unless we get some time later, in which case we might do some GA flying in the Himalayas and Nepal, but it's very, very tentative, so I don't want to make any promises. But other than that, all Airbus flying planned today. So Airbus A320 that we're flying here in South America. We're going from Mendoza, very short hop, to Santiago, Chile. And after that, we're going to do a relatively short hop from San Francisco to Palm Springs. So that's the plan. And then if we get some time later, we might take the Milviz Turbine Otter for a quick hop in the Himalayas and Lukla or something. But again, no promises, very, very tentative. Hey, Coolman, nice to see you. And Phaplu, nice to see you as well. And Just Gaming Farmer, no, I just speak the very, very basics. So, unfortunately, I do not have any sort of even elementary mastery or proficiency in the French language. So, all I can say is bonjour et bienvenue and simple greetings like that. But that's about it. Okay, so we're almost ready to go here. We've finished up boarding and loading the baggage already. I just wanted to hop in the cockpit and get going so that we can spend more time on the pre-flight stuff when we do the flight from San Francisco to Palm Springs later. So all I need to do right now is get in my performance numbers. Oh, and by the way, thank you all for the comments on the vintage travel posters. I'm a huge fan of these old travel posters, especially from kind of the golden age of aviation when I can find them. So I'm glad you guys like them. They're awesome. Okay, all I need to do now is get in my performance numbers, so give me a second here. Okay, V1 149, rotated 152, and let's see, V2 is going to be 154. Okay, and then flap setting going to be 1, and we're trimming down 0.4. And flex temp is going to be 63. Let me get these numbers in so that we can get going in a hurry here. Okay, I also need to do this once again here in the FS2 crew departure brief as well. So flex temp again 63, V1 149, V rotate at 152, and V2 is going to be 154. Okay, that's all looking good there. All right. And let's see, I'm just going to get back the chat here real quick. Coleman, thanks for that. Glad you're a fan. I'm playing, this is P3D. It's a prepared version 4 from Lockheed Martin. It's based off the old Flight Simulator 10 engine that Lockheed Martin sort of acquired and modified a little bit. Well, didn't really acquire, they licensed it and they modified it a little bit. And John, or Just Gaming Farmer, maybe an A330 on your channel. You know, I get asked that question every once in a while. So I am one of these people that doesn't believe in kind of buying, you know, so I run my, so I buy, my add-on purchasing decisions are kind of like an airline's fleet purchasing decisions, right? If I've got a 777, I feel like I don't need a 330. So I've got the PMDG 777, and to be honest, like, I'm not the biggest fan of Aerosoft's airliner simulation add-ons, so I'm going to hold off on an A330 purchase until there's something that kind of meets my interests. So we'll see. Simulation, you just got the FSLabs A320, and hey, actually, hold on one second. John Sedona, why would I trim down? Because I am trimming down because that's what the performance sheet that or the performance numbers that I got from my ATSU system gave me. So it asked for me to trim down 0.4. And honestly, during a takeoff, you're not necessarily always going to trim up or down. This is not a small airplane, right? This is a you know, this is a large airliner, obviously. So in a large airliner, how much you trim up or down completely depends on your, the CG position of the airplane, right? Depending on what kind of loading you have, the passenger distribution, the cargo weight distribution. So in this case, it's recommending we trim down. That's why we're trimming down. And Dakosa 87, hey, good to see you as well. And Simulation, you got the FSLabs A320. So yeah, that's really awesome. Yeah, it's a great add-on. So yeah, I hope you get to do some flying in South America as well. It is obviously it's the Southern Hemisphere and it's summer for them here, so it's a great time to be doing some flying and check out some great scenery. All right, anyway, so we're all set here, I think. Let's go ahead and do our, let's review the route here going to Santiago, Chile. All right, 1 second real quick. Okay, so let me zoom out here, give you guys the big picture view. So obviously this is South America.
Hey guys, all packs are on board. Are we clear to close?
Go for it. Yes.
Thanks. Let me know if you need anything.
Okay, let me get back to this. All right, so here in South America, and we are in Argentina at the pretty much almost at the very western edge of Argentina, right as close to the Andes as we can get, basically. So we are in Mendoza, Argentina, which any of you that are venophiles, you probably know that Mendoza is sort of wine country Argentina. This is the Napa Valley of Argentina, and so they make some great Malbec and other Argentinian wines. But anyway, from Mendoza, we're going to be making a pretty short trip to Santiago. It's just a little over 100 miles, but we're actually climbing to flight level 260 because we've got the Andes kind of in our way, and the highest elevation en route is going to be around 25,000 feet. What the highest mountain in the Americas, in the Western Hemisphere, is Aconcagua, and that's, I'm probably mispronouncing that terribly, but that's here in the Andes. So anyway, taking off from Mendoza, we'll be making this interesting right turn for this departure, and I'll show you that when we do our departure brief, in order to gain altitude, because once we start heading west from Mendoza, it's pretty much going to run straight into the mountains in the Andes, so we got to get high or higher before we start that westbound turn. So we're going to make that round turn and then go over the Andes and then go down this very, very nice valley into Santiago, Chile. So that should be a lot of fun. Okay, let's go ahead and do our departure brief here. Are you ready for the departure brief?
Ready.
Okay, this is going to be a standard left seat takeoff with flaps config 1+F and takeoff flex setting 6.3. V1 149, rotate at 152, and V2 is 154. And let's look at the weather here at Santiago, or Mendoza, actually. 1 second. Let me just pull that up. I should have printed that out earlier, but I forgot to. Whoops. Okay, here we go. The weather of Mendoza, winds 050 at 10 knots, visibility unlimited, clear skies, temperature 29er, dew point 18, and QNH is 1014. And we're located at gate 3 at Mendoza. Let's review the taxi route here real quick. We're going to be departing off of runway 36, so a pretty straightforward taxi route. Going to push back from the terminal and then taxi to runway 36 via Echo, Alpha, and hold short of 36 for departure. During the departure, for any malfunctions before V1, such as engine failure, fire, loss of control, aircraft unsafe to fly, I'm going to call stop. We'll reject the takeoff, brake, exit off the runway if able, and advise ATC. Any malfunctions before V1, we're going to continue the takeoff and treat it as an in-flight emergency. I will handle the controls and advise ATC, and you back me up with the appropriate ECAM memo action items. Pending that, we're going to be departing via the Umkal 1 Charlie RNAV departure this morning off of runway 36, and the procedure is to climb straight ahead to Mike Echo 902, then a right turn, Mike Echo 533, right turn again, Mike Echo 99er at a maximum of 280 knots, and then heading 269 to Quezza, then continue on that heading to Mike Echo 535 above flight level 240. And you can already see just how high this terrain is just to the west of the Mendoza airport. And then we'll transition on to Uncol, where we'll be off the SID. Transition altitude is going to be 6,000, and I've set flight level 260, which is our cruising flight level, in our altitude selector window. And that's it for the departure brief. Any questions?
I'm good.
Okay, let me get back to the chat here real quick. Sorry about that. Been disregarding it. Yeah, Coleman, I guess the answer to all your questions is yes. I do travel, but I am... Yeah, no, I don't know why you were asking that question about my financial... but no, I certainly wouldn't qualify myself as that by any standards, or by any stretch of the imagination. Rich in terms of life, rich in terms of experiences, and I'm grateful for all I've had in life, but that's about it. Okay, let's see, what else? Addie, how was your week? Hey, it was great, Addie. It was wonderful. How was yours? I hope you had a great start to your new year, and hope you're doing well. And let's see, Just Gaming Farmer, what do I think about Flight Simulator 2020? Oh, I think like everybody else, you know, very, very stoked, very, very excited for it. So I think we're all very, very much looking forward to it. The thing that I am most excited about is the fact that unlike some of the limitations of the old simulators, the new Microsoft Flight Simulator, it sounds like they're going to have a lot of stuff included by default that in the past you had to pay a lot of money for, right? And so that, I think, you know, will make flight simming and relatively, you know, sort of high quality flight simming, you know, with good aerodynamics modeling, good weather engine or weather modeling, things like that, that will make flight simming, I think, a lot more accessible to people, and especially younger people, right, who are in school and have an interest in aviation. And so I am most excited about the new Microsoft Flight Simulator for that reason. It's just all the things that appear to be included by default, versus, you know, just to get, you know, P3D even looking good, you got to spend an exorbitant amount of money on add-ons. But with the new Microsoft Flight Simulator, hopefully that model will be rendered obsolete. Okay, anyway, I think we're all ready to do our checklist and get going here. And oh yeah, Addie, you mentioned that you got a new gaming card too, so that's awesome. Yeah, that's really, really good. I'm really glad to hear that. Now, Addie, are you primarily an X-Plane user, or do you use P3D or FSX as well? Okay, let me go ahead and do my checklist here. Before start checklist. Before start checklist.
Cockpit prep.
Completed.
Completed. Gear pins and covers.
Removed.
Signs.
On. On auto.
Adheres.
Nav.
Fuel quantity.
$4,100 kilograms.
Takeoff data.
Set.
Barrel ref.
QNH 1014 set.
1013 set. Down to the line.
Okay. Cabin crew arm slides and cross check. Okay, and Addie, you were an FSX guy before X-Plane. Yeah, no, I agree. You know, for most modest, you know, or
We're ready for pushback.
you know, for most average PCs that people run flight simulators on, I totally agree. X-Plane does tend to perform better. I've got X-Plane too, but you know, I don't use it as often just because it's a little hard for me to switch back and forth and get used to all the different key settings, you know, and the layout, the controls and everything. But when I do, I really like flying X-Plane at night because I think it looks miles better than P3D for sure. In the daytime, though, sometimes I feel like, depending on the scenery you have, P3D can be a bit better. Okay, let's do a quick edit pushback here. I'll push back right about there. And hey, Métis, good to see you as well. Bonjour et bienvenue to you as well. Hope you're doing well. And hey, Casper, nice to see you again from Sweden. Hope you're doing well. Okay, we're pushing. Whoops. Whoa. He actually started pushing before I even released the parking brake. Below the line.
Windows and doors.
Closed.
Closed. Beacon.
On.
Thrust levers.
Idle.
Parking brake.
Set.
Before start, checklist complete.
Okay, let's go ahead and start engine 2 here. Starting engine 2.
Check.
Boy, that was interesting. He just went in and started pushing, or GSX started pushing without even waiting for me to release the parking brakes. That was interesting. Not quite sure what happened there.
Set parking brakes.
Okay, now it wants me to set parking brake. Okay. And Addy, you watched the DCS bit today. Hey, that's great to hear. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, I haven't been on DCS, I think, in a few months, actually, but I need to get back into it. It's a lot of fun. I got the F-18 Hornet for DCS, right? And it's a lot of fun kind of flying carrier launches and traps in that. Starting engine 1.
Check.
And I'm sorry if I missed any thing in the chat here, folks. In case I did, feel free to ask your questions again. There were a lot of comments, I think, from one person, and so some stuff might have gotten lost in the shuffle. And for that, I apologize. I might have missed a few questions here and there. And by the way, Nicole, I don't know if you're still on, but out of curiosity, what flight sim do you use? What kind of flying do you typically like to do in the sim? And I recall last time we talked a bit about potentially, you know, I think you mentioned an interest in getting into a glider flying, getting into a glider club. I'm curious if you looked anything up in your part of the world and what you thought of the options that you have available. Okay. Going to move that back to normal, APU bleed op, APU master off. And your hole is, what kind of computer is this on? This is a very old, out-of-date, nearly 4-year-old PC at this point. So I've got, let's see, I need to pull up my specs. I've got an Intel i7 8700K. It can be overclocked, but I'm not overclocking it because my PC tends to overheat when I overclock it. So it's just 4 gigs or whatever the standard is. And I've got a GTX 980 Ti. And yeah, I think that's about it. Hey, Ryan Sky 777, thank you very much. Really, really appreciate it. And did you just call my channel serious? We try to keep it relatively lighthearted. We try not to make this too serious. Although I do kind of try to keep the flying as realistic as I can. On the other hand, I don't want to make it too realistic because then you attract the wrong kind of audience, you know what I mean? So, oh yeah, we got to talk about, I don't know, I want to talk to you guys a little bit about some of the trolls I've been getting, because it's been interesting. Because some people get very, very upset with me about things like the gates that I park at, you know, how fast I pitch, whether or not I misspeak. You know, if I say auto brake setting medium instead of low, and then I correct myself a second later. There's one guy in particular who sends comments on my channel like, very, very angry comments with lots of exclamation marks. You said medium, not low. And it gets really, really interesting. The kinds of things that some people get worked out about. So, I try to, or worked up about. So I try to keep my channel relatively, not so serious. I try to keep the humor as much as I can, so that I don't get bothered by that sort of thing. Okay, let's go ahead and do our after start checklist here.
Anti-ice.
After start checklist. Off.
Ecam status.
Checked.
Pitch trim.
30% set.
Rudder trim.
0.
After start checklist complete.
Okay, let's get going here. I'm going to release parking brake. Clear left side.
Clear right side. Check.
Okay, let's start taxiing out here. Parking brake released, actually. Let's get going. Flight controls check.
Ready. Full up. Full down.
Brake check.
Neutral. Pressure 0. Full left. Full right. Neutral.
Oh, I see. Oh my god, why is GSX acting up for me today? For some reason, GSX does not want to release. Give me 1 second here. I don't know why, but GSX does not want to release, so I'm just going to have to try and abort pushback here, I think. And hopefully that disconnects GSX here. There we go. Okay, that was weird. I don't know why. I don't know if you guys have updated to GSX recently, but the latest update of GSX has been giving me all kinds of problems. For some reason, it will not disconnect when it's supposed to. So all kinds of weird issues. And let's see, back to chat. Hey Casper, can I fly in Sweden someday? So I actually did a video. In fact, it was flying in Sweden on VATSIM, where I flew from Stockholm, Arlanda to Kiruna. One second, I need to turn on my nose wheel steering here. I think it's S-Stack? No. Or is it? Because GSX screwed up there, for some reason, I need to figure out how to turn... There we go, remove the nose wheel steering pin. Okay. Yeah, that's really annoying. When GSX screws up, a whole bunch of things get screwed up in the process too. Rudder.
With you. Full left. Full right. Neutral.
Hey Vildewey, good evening to you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a lovely Sunday. Gulshan Kumar, hey yourself, hope you're doing well. All right, sorry about that. Let me get back to the chat here. So, I had to do a little bit of troubleshooting with GSX, which is never fun. All right, Addy, so did you get into the Discord thing we were talking? No, Addy, I haven't done it yet. Like I said, I'm probably not going to be able to get to it until kind of later on in the winter, maybe even early spring. I know why you're asking this question, because you might have missed some of the discussion that we had towards the tail end of the last live stream. But essentially, I was saying that when I do things like this, I usually like to take the time to kind of understand what I'm getting myself into. You know what I mean? Because my understanding with Discord is just kind of looking at it and looking at other people's Discord. Unless you moderate it, and unless you take the time to really understand what you're getting yourself into, and this is just me being me, I tend to be a little cautious about these sorts of social media things. But until you really understand what you're getting yourself into, you got to make sure that I want to make sure I fully prepare for it. That I have the right moderators in place, that I know exactly what I want to achieve with it, that sort of thing. So I just want to take my time on it, as opposed to rush into it, because if I do it, I want to make sure that I can truly dedicate some time to kind of maintaining it and making sure that it is kind of what I want it to be, right? So that's the reason I haven't set it up yet, but I will look into it for sure, I promise. Hopefully, later on in the winter, early spring. And Micah, I was just answering that question, Micah. What about Discord? People won't stop bugging me about Discord. All right, let's see. And Ryan Sky 777, is the QNH correct? So for the current weather, yes, it is correct. It's 1013. I just pressed the B button again. It was 1014 earlier, but it's now 1013. And the winds are about the same. It's still 5-1 at 9 knots. Addy, I'll certainly let you know. As I said, kind of want to go through my own process. If I do these things, I kind of want to make sure I really kind of understand what I get into. So I will certainly let you know. I really do appreciate that offer, but I will certainly let you know. And Micah, it's great to see you, man. I hope you're doing well. Hope you've been enjoying your time with P3D as well recently. And David Chung, hey, good to see you yourself. And I don't know, are you saying you're a legend, David? If you sound like you must be a legend, to use a word like legend. And Court 76, I assume that's hello in Russian, but I'm not sure. Yeah, greetings to you from greetings to you as well. Thank you for joining from Russia. Hey Roger, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. And Will, that is awesome. I am super happy for you that you passed those two PPL exams, communication and human performance. Now it's really interesting that you call them exams. So in the US at least, right, the FAA only requires like one exam, which has like an oral component. Actually, there's the ground school component too. But anyway, there's the flight component, which includes the oral, and then there's your computer-based, like ground school testing as well. But it's really interesting to see that you have multiple exams. I'm kind of curious how that process works. And let's see, Philip Norman, congratulations. What check ride was it? Was it PPL or a different rating? But in any case, congratulations, Philip Norman, and thanks for joining. And Andrew did too. Hey, welcome from South Africa. Welcome from Johannesburg. Hope you're doing well. And Philip Norman, that's exactly right. One written, one oral, one practical. Okay, let's do our before takeoff checklist here. Before takeoff checklist.
Flight controls.
Checked.
Checked. Flight instruments.
Checked.
Checked. Briefing.
Confirmed.
Flap setting.
Config 1 plus F.
Config 1 plus F. V1. VR. V2. Flex temp.
Flex temp 6.3.
V1, 149, VR, 152, V2, 154, flex temp, 63 degrees, ATC,
Set.
ECAM memo,
Takeoff, no blue.
down to the line.
Okay, let me just quickly look at the chat here and then we'll get going. Philip Norman, by the way, go easy with the all caps messages because my Streamlabs bot keeps timing you out. So you might want to go easy with those all caps messages. But let's see, because there are a lot of messages that got deleted here. You got a job with American Flyers. Well, congratulations. That's... Wait a minute, how is that possible? You just got your private check ride done and you're getting your... And you're going to start a commercial job? How's that work? Like, are you... Yeah, I'm kind of curious how that... They're going to take you to CFI. I don't know, maybe I missed something here, Philip, sorry. So what are you doing for American Flyers? Because if you don't have your commercial ticket, how are you going to... Oh, I see. Okay, well, congratulations. That's awesome. That is really, really awesome. I'm curious, like, how is this one of these sort of transition programs to get you into you know, like one of the mainline carriers eventually? All right, let's see. Arthur Laugier, hey, welcome on board. Hope you're doing well. I have flown to Montreal in the sim, but I don't know if, you know, I don't do super long haul routes that much, but I'll certainly look into that. Anyway, thank you for joining. Administrative role. Oh, okay, that makes sense, Philip. Sorry about that. Okay, totally makes sense. That is awesome, though. I think that's a great way to, you know, get things started and, you know, and kind of... Once you're working, you know, in the industry, so to speak, right, it's just a great way to network. People know you. You're much, much more likely to be hired when people know you. You know, they see you every day, especially if you're in an admin role. So that's awesome, man. Congratulations. Well done. Okay, let's get going here, and then we'll get back to the chat once we're in the climb, because we do have a couple of flights today. Oh, actually, there's one thing I wanted to do real quick. I wanted to see... if I could get some live ATC ambiance going in the background, so let me do that real quick. Okay, SAME. Nope, SCEL. There we go. And there's apparently 9 listeners at the moment, so that's great. Okay, so we'll have some live ATC going on in the background. That way it's not all me talking. And let's turn on the lights.
Clear of traffic.
And let's get going here. Okay. Oops. Brakes. Release now. Let's get going.
Cabin crew, be seated for takeoff.
Below the line.
Takeoff runway. Packs are off.
36 confirmed.
Confirmed. Cabin crew.
Advised.
TCAS.
TARA.
Engine mode selector.
Normal.
Packs.
Off. Off.
Before takeoff checklist complete.
All right, here we are. And out of curiosity, how's the volume on the live ATC in the background? Actually, that's as far as I can take it anyway. All right, so we'll just stick with that. All right, let's get going. Ready? Ready.
Affirm.
Take off.
Check.
Manflight 63, SRS, runway, auto thrust blue.
Check. Thrust set.
Crosswind from the right. Kicking a little bit of left rudder every once in a while.
100 knots.
Checked.
V1. Rotate. Positive climb.
Gear up.
Gear up.
And no, Philip, unfortunately, I'm not on VATSIM at the moment. I was thinking about it, but I didn't have a chance to see. Can anybody check? Is there ATC online for Santiago or Mendoza at the moment on VATSIM? We might hop on if there's ATC for Santiago. Yeah, and totally agree there, Philip Norman. You don't have to spend that 100K up front. Yeah, it's... I think it's awesome. It's an awesome time to be getting into these sorts of programs. So again, congratulations. Really happy for you. Okay, let's make that right turn here. Flap 0.
Speed check. Flap 0.
Green dot. After takeoff, climb checklist. After takeoff, climb checklist.
Landing gear.
Up.
Flaps.
Retracted.
Packs.
Disarmed. Retracted. Set and checked.
Down to the line.
Oh, packs. That's what she was asking for. Set standard.
Standard cross check. Passing flight level 070.
Below the line.
Barrel ref.
Standard set.
Standard set. After takeoff climb checklist complete.
Okay, after takeoff climb checklist complete. I can get back to the chat now. Sorry about that, everybody. Okay, I know I missed a few things. Addy, you enjoy me talking. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad somebody enjoys me talking. By the way, I didn't used to be a morning person when I was in college, but now that I'm in my 30s, I am very, very much of a morning person. So I love waking up super early, and that's when I'm at my most excitable. So I am glad you don't find me annoying. I'm glad you enjoy me talking. That is great. And yes, we totally roared it in. Will Dewey, in the UK there are 9 ground exams, an oral exam, and a skills test. Oh my god, yikes, man. That sounds that sounds really, really rough. That sounds really tough. But, you know, on the other hand, I guess, you know, hopefully that implies that they make very, very proficient pilots. So, in a way, I hope, yeah, it sounds like it's rough, you know, it sounds like it's a lot of effort, but hopefully it makes better pilots. I don't know. Philip Norman, only Brazil is on at the moment, but we could all fly together. Yeah, actually, you know what? Here's what I was thinking. For the next leg of the trip, going from... What are we doing? This is my live stream. I should know this, sure you think. Okay, I know what we're doing. We're going... Confirm. We're going San Francisco to Palm Springs. So for that, why don't we all hop on VATSIM, and we could do a live stream for anybody who's interested. Or sorry, we could do a group flight for anybody who's interested. So that can work if you're all interested in that. And let's see. Ryan Sky 777, have I heard about SimSound? No, I have not. Is that like a... is SimSound anything like Turbine Sound Systems? Like, do they make sound packs for some of these add-ons? And yeah, Philip, I totally agree. Yeah, and ATP flight schools, to be honest with you, I don't know. You know, it's one of these. Yeah, I think this was a much better choice. I totally agree. I am glad you took that opportunity. And Alex, hey, good to see you. Hope you're doing well, Alex McCune. Nice to see you again. Oh, so you've got that error too then, Micah. That's really weird. Yeah, I keep getting... Remember, we were on a stream maybe a couple of months ago, and I had the same problem. My GPU, for some reason, stopped working with P3D. So I don't know why that happens, but I've had that issue with P3D as well. Philip Norman, you're 31. Hey, good for you. So Philip, I am a weekend warrior private pilot. Never got into commercial flying. I sort of thought about it briefly a very, very long time ago, but to be honest, I was already in sort of... I was in engineering, and I was studying something aviation related. So, you know, I never really pursued it as a career, but I've been a weekend warrior private pilot for almost 15 years now. It's been well over 10 years. I got my license in 2006, so yeah, 14 coming up in 15 years now. So I've been flying quite a long time, but just private flying, and you know, I fly gliders as well, and I fly tailwheel aircraft. So one of the funnest, most enjoyable things I've done as a pilot is getting my tailwheel rating. It just makes you a significantly better pilot, I think, and I love flying tailwheel aircraft. But no plans on going commercial or anything like that. Just a weekend warrior type. Micah, how long is this leg? This leg is very, very brief. It's only 30 minutes. It's less than 100 miles to... Hey Nash, I'm gonna block you because that was not cool. This channel is not the right channel for that kind of nonsense. You take your politics and your warmongering bullshit somewhere else, okay, Nash? Not welcome on this channel. Okay, Addy, your PC is gonna crash. Can someone teach me VATSIM? You know what, Addy? Why don't we hop on VATSIM after this for the next leg, for SFO to Palm Springs, and anybody who wants to join can join, and we'll do a group flight. And I can sort of, as much as I can at least, try and help out a little bit with VATSIM. And hey, MCP, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. You're moving to Florida next week, Philip? Whereabouts in Florida, out of curiosity? Where's American Flyers located out there? And Kieran Sims... Oh, sorry, Ryan Sky 777. Sim sound is about cockpit noise and Pax talking. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I've never looked into it. I might have to check that out. That's interesting. Addy, how do you join? Do you have a VATSIM account? So you just need to sign up for an account on VATSIM. Oh, and actually, I forgot to talk you guys through this completely. But so I strongly recommend all of you, if you're interested in flying in this part of the world and you have prepared, or FSX, this scenery that I'm using for Mendoza, Argentina is completely freeware. It's made by, I think it's called Alsur. I have it listed in the description, but they are super awesome. They make this really, really awesome freeware scenery for Mendoza. They have the entire urban area with photoreal textures and everything. It is really, really awesome. So I recommend, if you're interested in flying this part of the world, get a hold of this scenery. It also includes some photoreal textures for some of the surrounding terrain, as you can see. It is really, really cool that they've made this a freeware scenery. And MCP is still trying to get that coffee. I personally am running. I am halfway through my stock, so I need to make another acquisition of Kona coffee. But I'm a pretty happy camper at the moment because I've got a full mug of Kona coffee sitting in front of me. And Philip, Pompano Beach, Miami. Ooh, nice, South Florida, baby. You're gonna love it. That is awesome. And they're putting you up at the Sheraton while you get trained. Oh man, that is really cool. That is awesome, Philip. Congratulations again. I really do hope that you really have fun and enjoy it as much as you can while you're out there. That is super awesome. So much caffeine, you saw the future. MCP, that is an awesome line. I am going to have to steal that line. I'm going to have to borrow that line and use it. He had so much caffeine, you saw the future. That is an awesome, awesome line. And thank you for subscribing there, Lyrics Jesus. Okay, while you're all chatting, let me go ahead and finish the checklist here. Confirm. Okay, we're coming up on flight level 260.
1,000 to go.
Confirm.
Cruising flight level 260, check.
Checked. Okay, we're coming up on our top of descent here in about 30 miles. I told you this was a really, really short hop. Oops, no. Do not load a panel state, DJ. Nothing but tragedy will come about as a result. Okay, METAR, that's what I wanted to do. Can you imagine if we'd loaded a panel state in flight?
Confirm, copy, activate to secondary.
Confirm. Okay, let's get these numbers in. .32 and 160 at 11. Alright, I'm sorry I've been disregarding the chat here, fellas, but a little busy getting these things in here. We're going to land runway 17 left, right? No, 17 right. And ILS Yankee, okay. Okay, let's see. Decision altitude 1751, okay. Alright, all good there.
Santiago. Estación activando 3610, próxima angostura, notifique identificación y activemos Charlie.
Let's see, transition altitude by ATC. Final approach fix 1751.
Aeronave activando 3607, en ruta visual de llegada desde el sur, notifique identificación.
No, got that wrong, didn't I? It's actually 1751 for the MDA, or DA. And final approach fix is 3000. Okay, perfect. Okay, before I do my approach brief here, let me quickly get back to the chat. Philip, they really know how to treat a woman. Let's see. Alex, oh, that's awesome, Alex. Time in an SR22 and a G36 Bonanza. Man, that is super awesome. Yeah, totally. I totally agree. That's... You will never be able to look at the Piper Cherokee the same way again. That is totally awesome, man. Whoops. I gotta clear that disconnect there. And we're coming up on our top of descent here. Let's go ahead and roll our altitude selector here down to, let's see, what is the SID calling for? 7,000 at the bottom. All right. And Philip Norman, where did I go to college? So I'm sorry, I'm not gonna answer that. Be able to answer that question directly, just because I like to maintain some measure of anonymity. But all I will tell you is that it was a school out in the Midwest, and I studied engineering, and it was a top 10 school. So I'll leave it at that. But I also actually did my PPL ground school while I was in college there. So, but in order to maintain some measure of anonymity, I'm not going to be able to answer that question directly, unfortunately. I hope you understand. All right, we're on our way down. Let's go ahead and do our approach brief, actually. You have control.
I have control.
Are you ready for the approach brief?
Ready.
Okay, the weather at Santiago, winds 160 at 11 knots, so almost blowing almost directly down the runway. Just a 10 knot or 10 degree offset there. But winds are variable between 130 and 210. Visibility and ceiling's okay. Temperature 32, so it's a really nice hot day, 32 degrees Celsius at Santiago, and dew point is 06, and QNH is 1011. We are going to be arriving via the UMCAL, let's see, 4 Charlie RNAV arrival today. Let's go ahead and brief that arrival routing real quick. Okay, UMCAL 4 Charlie arrival to runways, applies to runway 17 left, 17 right. We're landing 17 right today. So from UMCAL, we're going to cross UMCAL at about flight level 240, then on to Lausanne, flight level 180. Echo Lima 449 between 170 and 140, and then SFO, maximum 250 knots above 110. Then on to Ugola, about 8,500. Then Echo Lima 221, 7,500, and Tamus at above 7,000, at which point we'll be joining the ILS runway 17 right arrival, or approach. Let's go ahead and pull that up real quick. Okay, ILS Yankee 17 right approach plate. Dated 9th August 19. Localizer frequency India Mike Echo Romeo is 111.1. Final approach force is 175 Norman, Oklahoma. That's not even Midwest though, Philip. Is it Midwest? I was thinking more eastern Midwest. Final approach course 175. Final approach fix 4.5 DME from the localizer across the 2,970 feet. Decision altitude is going to be 1,751 feet and RVR 750 meters or visibility 0.8 kilometers. MSA 19,000 feet within 25 miles of the Santiago VOR. So that's crazy, isn't it? 19,000 foot MSA, and that's because of all this high terrain on both sides of the airport. We're kind of descending right through this valley on our way in, so it's crazy. From Tamus on to Setba, 5,000 feet, then descending to 4,000 for the final DME 4.5, then 3,000. Sorry, DME 7.7 4,000, then DME 4.5 3,000.
1, 0, 1, 2, set.
Sorry, I was just checking to make sure nothing happened there. Okay, and then we're going down the localizer here. In case we need to go missed, I'm going to call for go around flaps. We're going to climb on heading 175 to DME 1, then turn right to heading 159er, climbing to 5,000 feet to intercept the Santiago radial 175 direct to PIF4, and we'll enter the hold, or according to ATC clearance. And we're going to be landing flaps full today. Auto brake setting will be low on 17 right. And once we land, we're going to exit on uniform and taxi to this terminal right here. So that's the plan. And that's the approach briefing. Any questions?
No questions.
I have control.
You have control.
Okay, and we're through transition here. QNH is 1011. QNH 1011 set.
1, 0, 1, 2, set.
You see the Andes back there, just absolutely magnificent. Simply beautiful. All right. Micah, hey, we'll see you later, hopefully. You take care, man. Brandon, indeed I do. Hope you're doing well. Welcome aboard. No, Addy, so you were asking how do I connect to a group flight. So it's not really a group flight in the Discord sense or a multiplayer sense. It's more like a, you hop on VATSIM and we're all on VATSIM, whoever's joining, and, it's a group flight on VATSIM, basically. But no, the controller, if there is a controller, will never know it's a group flight. I mean, you're flying an individual flight, and essentially, all your communications with ATC, all your coordination, your flight planning. Although I will give you what the flight plan I'm using is. I'm going to share that flight plan and everything with you once we land here for San Francisco to Palm Springs. But filing your flight plan, everything, that's all up to you. And essentially, there's no sort of set agenda here. Like, we all try and go at the same time, but if there's ATC will sort of vector us all, all sort of set us up so that we're not, going to accidentally run into somebody's tailpipe or something like that. So that's kind of what I meant by a group flight there, if that makes sense. You ever tried drinking a pop? Oh, I see. Now this is how you're gonna get. This is how. I see what you're trying to do here. You're trying to figure out what my preferred euphemism for soda is, right? It's not soda, actually. So I'll tell you, actually, it's Coke. So it's kind of weird. There's very few places in the country where people refer to every fountain drink as Coke. but at least where I was, that's the way I learned, was to kind of refer to every fountain drink as Coke. It sounds like you might be getting warmer or colder. Do you want to guess? You want to take a guess at which state it was? I'm not going to tell you the school, but I might be able to tell you the state. Wrong. That wasn't it. And by the way, Philip, just to tell you how much I disagree with that, Ann Arbor's a you-know-what. It was a Big Ten school, though. I will tell you that. It was a Big Ten school, but definitely not Michigan. But don't guess the school on here. You can only guess the state. Ohio, no. Definitely no. All right, I think you're out of guesses here, Philip. Philip, or sorry, Addy, what if you connect as an observer? I don't know. I mean, I guess you could try it and see what happens. Nicole, Chicago? No, not Chicago. It was, although I will reveal that Chicago was a place that I would visit a lot. It wasn't that close, but it was close enough that I could travel to Chicago a fair amount when I was in college. Oh god, no. I am a little fast here. Let's go ahead and go to flight directors. Oops. Localizer is what I meant to do.
Santiago. ¿Tiene conjunto con la vista? Aviso pronto recibido. Cancela plan de vuelo 1810. Servicio radar terminado. Ven arriba. Santiago.
Yeah, Addy. Okay, so what airline are we using? I personally am going to be using the old Virgin America. It was my favorite airline when it existed. I loved flying with them, so I personally am going to be flying Virgin America, but anybody who wants to fly along on VATSIM is welcome to pick their carrier of choice. But I'm going to be flying Virgin America, the old Redwood call sign. We're going to dust that out of mothballs. We're going to bring that out of mothballs. Oops, let's descend here down to 3,000. Approach checklist.
Briefing.
Confirmed.
ECAM status.
Checked.
Seatbelts.
On.
Barrel rest.
1011 confirmed. QNH 1011. 1011 set.
1012 set.
Set and checked.
Engine mode selector.
Normal.
Approach checklist complete.
Hey, thanks, Will. Appreciate that. In regard to... 1 second. Flaps 1.
Speed check. Flaps 1.
In regard to the popularity of the stream, so to speak, you know, it's good and bad to that. There's good and bad to that. But mostly good, though. I'm glad people enjoy it. I'm glad people tune in, so that's great to see. And Philip, you're going to do either Delta or American. That's awesome. What are you planning to fly? I mean, in terms of aircraft type, is it going to be an Airbus or a 737, or are you going to plan to fly a regional jet? Just curious. Or turboprops. Ooh, that sounds like fun. Well, Philip, honestly, knowing how long it takes me to get everything set up, knowing how long it takes me to get everything set up and get ready to depart, you might actually be able to take off well before me in the majestic Q400 and land before I even take off. So we'll see how long it takes. Yeah, well, it totally is. Yeah, and I had to bring the old trusty old hammer down on a couple of very fine gentlemen who insisted on behaving in a socially unacceptable manner. And I'm assuming they're gentlemen, because women don't tend to behave that way typically, in my experience. But yeah, it was really hectic today.
Radio altimeter alive.
Okay, let's go ahead and go to manage speed mode here. Flaps 2.
Speed check.
Gear down.
Flaps 2. Gear down.
Flaps 3.
Speed check. Flaps 3.
Auto brake setting to low. Flaps full.
Speed check. Flaps full. Cabin crew be seated for landing. Passing final. Approach fixed. 3000 feet.
Landing checklist.
Cabin crew.
Advised.
Auto thrust.
Speed.
Auto brake.
Medium.
ECAM memo.
Landing no blue.
Landing checklist complete.
Okay, landing checklist complete. And this, by the way, is Latinvfr's Santiago, Chile scenery. SCEL, Sierra Charlie Echo Lima. Let's go ahead and disconnect the autopilot. Flight director's off, bird on. Flight director's off, bird on. And you can see those winds kind of, they're changing slightly now, but they were really jumping around earlier, I thought. It was variable between 130 and 210. So hopefully, no crazy wind shear here on short final. That would suck. Addy, bird, you what, mate? You know what I'm thinking of? Whenever I say bird, I'm always thinking of those seagulls from Finding Nemo, right? Oops. A little low. Continue.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 10, 5.
Little floaty.
Spoilers.
That was definitely floaty.
Reverse green. Decel. knots.
Oh, you guys with the delayed callouts. I started my flare just a smidgen early there. And then I tried to hold it off. Alright, let's go ahead and exit here, and we're not going to do a replay. We're just going to taxi on in, if that's okay, because I'd like to go ahead and start up the San Francisco to Palm Springs flight pretty soon. And let's see, I need to figure out which gate I'm going to park at. I think we might take 18 here. And I'm sorry I missed some of these questions in chat. Philip Norman, do I use Project Fly? I do indeed, yes. Although I haven't used it in a while. In fact, for this next leg, San Francisco to Palm Springs, I'm actually going to use a different overlay. I'm not going to use Project Fly, but I'm going to use, I think it's Beanie overlay? Benny? Not sure. It's a French freeware thing, but I'm going to check it out. Oh, and Addy, absolutely. I'm going to get you the flight plan as soon as we park here. After landing checklist.
Flaps.
Retracted.
Spoilers.
Disarmed. Disarmed.
APU.
Start.
Radar.
Off.
Predictive wind shear system.
Off.
Approach landing checklist complete.
Taxi light off. Okay, approach landing checklist complete. Or sorry, after landing checklist complete. Yeah, that is an American Addy. Looks like an American 777 next to a LATAM 320. We're going to park here at gate 17. And Alex McCuban, there's always one that insists on flying low and slow. But you know what, Alex, absolutely, you're more than welcome to fly in a Carinetto SR-22. Although, do not file for the flight level we're looking at, right? I don't think your piston can get that. Your piston engine's SR-22 can get up that high, even if it is turbocharged. Okay, let's see. We're gonna go pull up to the A320 marking there. Okay. Parking brake set. Make sure the APU is on the bus. It is. So let's go ahead and turn things off. Wait, what's going on? Oh, I guess the jetway doesn't want to connect. We're too far away from the jetway, I suppose, for it to connect. I don't know why. Whoa! Okay, I don't know what happened there. That was... slew mode for some reason got activated, and things got crazy. You know what? It's probably a good time. You know what? It's probably a really good time to stop this particular flight and start the SFO to Palm Springs one. So let's go ahead and turn this off, and we'll come back in maybe about 10-15 minutes or so, and we'll fly SFO to Palm Springs. But actually, hold on. Before I do that, let me go ahead and give you all the flight plan. God, I don't know what's going on here. Okay, it's either GSX or somebody acting up here. I don't know why, but anyway, let me go ahead and give you all the flight plan here real quick. Slew mode for some reason is screwing with me, but the flight plan is going to be. Okay, so I'm flying an A319, obviously, and let's see. Okay. Flight plan is going to be stick 4, SID, stick 4 departure, Lotion transition, Lotion transition, Klassen, and then Sizzler 3, oops, Sizzler 3 into... Oh, there we go. Philip, awesome. You, sir, are a gentleman and a scholar. You put in the correct... Oh, why did... I don't know why, but once again, my stream bot decided to delete that message. Sorry about that, Philip. I don't know why I did that, but you had the right... That is correct. Yeah, it's either stick 3 or stick 4, whatever the most current SID is. Stick 4, Lotion transition, then class in Sizzler 3 into Palm Springs. So that's the flight plan. And KSFO to KPSP. And I'm cruising at a flight level of 310. So that's what we're going to do. Okay, so hey, why don't we take a quick break here while while I reset the sim, because clearly GSX is acting up for some reason. And we'll come back and do our flight from... Yeah, Philip, it's that's totally what it is. It's the caps. Yeah, it's all caps. That's why I deleted the message. But we'll come back in maybe about 10 minutes and do San Francisco to Palm Springs. And actually, let me quickly answer any questions remaining before I do that. Will Dewey, how would you recommend practicing the radio calls before going into a VATSIM flight? So there are some directions on VATSIM as to how to best use it. Or sorry, I'm kind of, my mind is all over the place. I need to get another cup of coffee here. But sorry, not directions. There's a guide on VATSIM for the appropriate radio calls to use in a typical sort of like airline or type IFR flight. But I can sort of walk you through this in case you're quite confused about it once we do this flight, because I don't know if anybody's actually online. Actually, let me see if somebody's online here. Give me 1 second. It looks like people are online at Los Angeles, at LA Center is online, but it doesn't look like anybody at SFO is online. So at SFO, we might just have to do like calls like act like we're at an uncovered field, you know. So just announce when you're taxiing, announce when you're taking off, and when you're clear of the airspace. That sort of thing. But once we get to LA Center airspace, you'd call them up to let them know your flight level, because you'd already be at flight level 310 or whatever altitude you're cruising at, and they'll give you a squawk code. You can follow along once we're doing the flight, if hopefully that can work. All right, so let me take a quick 10-minute break here while we set up the sim for the next flight, and then we'll get going in just about 10 minutes or so. All right, so see you all in just a few. And by the way, quick question, and I'll probably get the responses when I get back here, but who all are joining on this? It looks like, Philip, you're definitely in. Addie, it sounds like you might be in as well. So just let me know who all are planning to join and what your call signs might be. My call sign is going to be Redwood 19. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to tell you that right now. I'm going to put that in once I actually. It's going to be Redwood something. I probably might be one of the few Redwoods online anyway. But I'll tell you what it is as soon as I hop online. Okay. All right. So I'll put on some music for now, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Okay. Hey, welcome back. Hope everybody's doing well still. Hope everybody's having a great afternoon, evening, or morning, wherever in the world you may be, or night. Hello again, Bill Dewey. Hello again to you, sir. Hope you're doing well. And sorry to hear, by the way, you couldn't join, but hey, no worries. Hopefully you enjoy watching if you can't join in. But it's not too hard, actually. Right now, it's not very busy on VATSIM at all, so if you want to get your feet wet, or Will or anybody else, this might actually be a good opportunity to try it. But you know, no pressure, no worries. You know, it's all, again, up to your comfort level. Don't stress it if you can. It's all good. Minimums. Hello to you too. Welcome. Taking a break from studying. Well, that's great. Welcome on board.
Fire test.
Okay, what are we going to do? What I want to do first is very quickly walk you folks through the flight plan. That was the fire test just there from our FS2 crew co-pilot. But before I do that, let me just very quickly set some numbers in here. Transition altitude is going to be 18,000. I think this is going to be like 1,500 or something. Let me set that up as well. I'm going to pull up the flight plan here in just a second there, Alex, and I'll talk about the route and the amount of time it's going to take, all that sort of thing, in just a second. Okay, all right, all that's good. Let's go ahead and look at our flight plan here. Okay, let's go to that window. Okay, so this is our flight plan. Hopefully it's big enough for everybody to see and read. Whoa, that's the wrong one. Nope, that's not it. That is another flight plan entirely. 1 second. I think I know what happened here. Downloads, aircraft. Ah, okay, I know what happened. One second. I'm gonna have to export this again. I had the wrong flight plan showing. But Alex, time en route is going to be, I think, less than an hour. So I just need to pull this up again just to make sure I've got the exact. Here we go. Actually, time en route is just 4 minutes under an hour. It's 56 minutes en route once we get airborne here. And I'm going to print this out, or export this real quick so you all can see it. Oh, I know what happened. There we go. And Philip, 1 second, I'll hop on that frequency in just a second. Why? Actually, Philip, 1 second, before I do that, why are you on 118.7? What's the story with that frequency? Because I don't see any anybody online here, right? In terms of ATC.
Ground from cockpit.
Because I was planning to go to 122.8, right? The VATSIM Unicom.
Roger.
Okay, here. Oh God. Oh, I see what you meant. Okay, just for something to talk on. Okay. Okay, I am on that frequency at the moment, Philip. And let's go ahead and review the flight plan here. Okay, so hopefully everybody can see this. Oh, great. My stream bot once again deleted a whole bunch of messages. Sorry about that. But yeah, Philip, 122.8, that works. Okay, so again, I'm flying, so my call sign is going to be Redwood 1969. Virgin America, that's VRD, Victor Romeo Delta.
For the walk around.
SFO to Palm Springs. That's Sierra Foxtrot Oscar, Papa Sierra Papa for Palm Springs. And we're departing off of runway 01 left today. Cruising altitude, flight level 310. Total flight plan distance of 396 nautical miles. And pretty nice tailwind component, 51 knots. So this is a lot faster than it normally would be getting down to Palm Springs today. I am going to be releasing with 11,127 pounds, and for those of you that are flying the Airbuses, in case you want to, if you're flying the A319, that's what I'm using. And flight plan route, stick 4, Lotion, transition, then a Klassen and Sizzler 3. Let me show you that here on the map real quick. So here in San Francisco, right, Northern California, taking off, we'll be making that stick 4 departure, so left turn, out over Candlestick Park, or where the old Candlestick Park used to be. And then Lotion transition. If that will load. Okay, stick 4, port, and then onto Lotion. And then from Lotion, we're going to Klassen to the Sizzler 3 arrival into Palm Springs, and then I think the winds were favoring 3-1 left, so we'll do that fun RNAV arrival into 3-1 left today. So that's the flight plan. I'm going to go ahead and hop back in the cockpit here, and we will go ahead and start requesting boarding and everything here, okay? So let me go ahead and do that real quick. Let me switch back to 122.8 there. Okay. Let's go make do menu, ATSU, AOC, init, 1969, init data request. And let's go ahead and request boarding here. 1917. I think that should be a good standard time of departure there, or estimated time of departure. Okay, so we sent that out. Let's go to boarding here. And let's put in 50 on the catering. Let's go ahead and request that. And let's request boarding in... Actually, let's go ahead and start boarding right now, in just the next minute or so. Thanks, Minimums. Appreciate the positivity there. I'm glad you like the videos. Oh, Alex, actually, I see what you're saying. How long do you have left to jump in the sim is what you meant, right? We're probably going to be here for a while. I mean, it's probably going to take another 20 minutes at least for the boarding to complete. It's going to be another 20 minutes at least before we push back. So I'd say we have a little more time left. So if you want to hop in the sim, you got plenty of time. Uh-oh, I hope I'm not having this issue with the load sheet or anything like that, which I used to have, because there was this whole weird issue with the 2020 date thing. 1 second real quick. Nope, I have my sim date set to 2019, so there shouldn't be any issues here. Addy, sorry to hear you can't connect. You can't connect to VATSIM? Is that the issue? Oh, did I say, Philip, did I say 10,000 kilograms? I meant pounds. My mind was still in kilograms because we were doing that LATAM flight in South America earlier, but it's it's pounds. 11,127 pounds is what I was using for the A319. I mixed up my kilograms and pounds there. That's what happened. Huh. You know what? I might have to send it the second time, right? Is that the issue? There we go. That worked. Yeah, if you're having this weird FSLabs bug, you just have to press that twice in order to get it to work. Send button twice. Okay, let me go ahead and get my fuel in here. It's going to be 11.1 or 11.2. But thank you for catching that, Philip. You never want to mix up your your kilograms and pounds, as a certain NASA mission to Mars found out the hard way. So what type of aircraft are you flying there, Philip? You said a heavy. Is that 777, 747? Okay, and let's set things up on the perf request page here. KSFO.
Hi, the security and safety check are all done. Are we good to start boarding?
Go for it.
I'm doing good. Okay.
Packs off, takeoff. Winds 320 at 4, temperature 10. And altimeter is going to be 3025. Okay, and I'm going to request my weather here real quick as well. Okay. Oh, you're just flying heavy with extra gas. Oh man. Sorry if I screwed you up there, Philip. I apologize. With that kilograms and pounds mix up. Okay, so boarding is in progress. Refueling as well, as you can see. And we'll get going here in just about 15 minutes or so. Addie, you said you're departing one right? Yeah, it can be a pain to reset, I totally agree. Okay, just checking to see if I missed anything. I think we're all good there. Let's go ahead. Oh, you got a dirty windshield. Definitely want to be cleaning that windshield. Let's go to options. Let's go to maintenance. And let's get the cleaning crew out here. Or, better yet, it's pretty mild out. Let's go ahead and open up the window. I'm not going to do it, obviously, because I always forget to close it later. But we would open the window and just start scraping the window clean. Alex, you've decided to go for a more appropriate aircraft. Well, do tell, Alex. I'm curious to hear what what you're flying. Okay, it looks like catering is done. Baggage carts are going to pull up momentarily. Ooh, the Falcon 50. Yeah, hey, nice. BizJet. Now, the Falcon 50, is that like a tri-jet? It's got 3 engines, right? Actually, Alex, not only are you going to do a great job of keeping up, I think you're actually gonna go right past us. Isn't the Falcon 50 pretty speedy? I think it goes pretty fast, so I think you'll be overtaking us in no time. Will Dewey? No, actually, both P3D and X-Plane can connect on VATSIM at the same time. There's no restriction for one or the other. Both of us can connect if you're on X-Plane. The thing to note with X-Plane, though, is make sure that your settings are so that your frame rates stay above a certain number. I think it was 20 FPS or something. That was that news release that came out a little while ago talking about how VATSIM can kick you out if your frame rates drop below 20. Although I don't know if that's been implemented yet, but anyway, I'm sorry, I'm complicating things. The point is, yeah, you can totally fly on VATSIM regardless of which platform you're using. There's no restriction.
Seat to help help us ensure a prompt departure.
Still refueling there.
Aisle clear, enabling all.
Let's take a look. Whoops. 751 gallons. Leland the Goat, yep. I think, yeah, you seem like you got, yeah, you probably know this better than I do, but that's what I heard as well, yeah. Something like that. What am I looking for? Oh, yeah, I'm trying to change my, my camera settings here real quick. No, that's all good there. Okay, let's ignore that. Sorry, I was trying to play around with my camera settings. Okay, it looks like refueling is done, more or less, it looks like. We took on 751 gallons. Let's see how much that cost us. Actually, that's wrong. Is that 924? I think it's 924, right? Oh, it doesn't tell us how much it cost. Anyway. It was a lot more fuel that would go into my typical small little aircraft that I fly. It's a lot of fuel. There we go, fuel slip needs to go out here, so 2039. Let's go ahead and send that out. So 11,200 pounds of fuel on board. We took on 6,200. It looks like the baggage carts are just arriving here. So a few more minutes to go, and then we'll get going. And I'm sure everybody knows this. This is Flightbeam's SFO scenery. Flightbeam is an awesome developer for sceneries for P3D, and this is a great scenery package. And I think they're going to come out with a version 3 or whatever the next version is sometime in the next few months, hopefully, where they update the SFO scenery with all the changes that have been going on in the real world over the past, few years since the scenery was released. All the gates that have been changed, things like that. So that should be nice when that comes out. Ryan Sky 777, do I record when I fly in the real world? Yes, I do. So I actually have been doing the whole GoPro thing. So, I've got a couple of GoPros actually. So I've done a few flights where I mount the GoPro on the inside of the plane and then one on the outside if I can find a mount point that's really stable and secure for the GoPro. But I've recorded a few of my real world flights. The thing is, I don't on this channel though. I've been trying to. So far, I haven't decided yet if I want to share anything from the real world on here. As I mentioned earlier in the stream, I try to keep some measure of anonymity. And as you can imagine, when you record videos in the real world, all that kind of goes out of the window, right? So for instance, if I'm recording a video in the cockpit, it's very clear to spot, you can clearly spot the N number, the registration plate. Same thing on, if there's a GoPro mounted on the outside of the airplane that has any sort of view of the tail, you can make out the N number. So, I might share like clips on live streams and things like that every once in a while, if I can blank out the N numbers. But on this channel, I quite likely will not be doing any sort of real world flying videos. I want to keep it kind of focused more on flight simming. So that's what I'm thinking. Philip, how do you get takeoff config and cabin to go no blue? You're using the FSLabs, I assume, there, Philip. That's a great question. So, obviously, I'm trying to remember, but essentially, right, you're going to have all those things that you have to do, like set your auto brake to max, arm your ground spoilers, notify the cabin. For the cabin, I think all you have to do, and it'll take a few, you know, just like in the real world, it'll take a few, you know, maybe a minute or so before it goes blue, but I think you have to double click on the forward call button up here. The FA flight attendant forward call button, I think you have to double click it twice. At least in the FSLabs, that's the way it works. I don't know how it works in the Aerosoft. It's been a long time since I've used it. I used to have the Aerosoft A320 series a long time ago, but I haven't used it in a really long time. Okay, I just got my load sheet revision here. So zero fuel weight is going to be 119.1. Zero fuel weight CG 32.6. Block fuel is still 11.2. And let's go to perf request here and let's put in our estimated takeoff weight. Okay, those numbers all look same there. Okay, 01 left. Actually, one thing I want to do real quick is make sure I've got the right runway. SFO 1 left, stick 4, Porta, Lotion, Klassen. Oh, let me make sure I've got the right arrival here. Oh, actually, winds might favor landing on 1-3 now at Palm Springs. You know what? We'll let's see. Yeah, we'll leave the runway empty for now. We'll see what LA Center has to say about the runway in use at Palm Springs later. Okay, estimated takeoff weight is going to be 130. Okay, 130 and 31.8. Let's go ahead and send that out. Okay, now all you have to do is wait for the performance numbers and final load sheet to come in, and I think we'll be good to go. Actually, that was her final load sheet, wasn't it? Yeah, I think it was. That was her final. Okay. 15. I think that's good enough. 15, 15. All that looks good. So, okay, so we're just going to wait on our performance numbers to come in, and then we'll get going here. Ryan Sky 777, thank you very much. I really appreciate you thinking like that. But, as I said, you know, I'm not sure yet. You know, I might make a separate channel, but we'll see. You know, I'm just not sure yet. I might. But thank you for that. Really appreciate it. Philip, is anyone actually on BATSIM? I am on. I'm Redwood 1969. And I assume you're the you're Delta 724 there, Philip? I'm not sure if anybody else is, though. I don't think SFO is not online. LAX Center is online, so Oakland Center is offline. NorCal Departure is offline as well. So we're just going to have to make our own sort of radio calls and kind of, you know, taxi ourselves out. So I just got my performance numbers here, and I'm going to be ready to go very, very shortly. Okay, V1 120.
Affirmative.
Rotate at 123. And V2 at 127. And, oh my god, flaps 3. Okay. You know what? I haven't tried a flaps 3 takeoff so far. I don't know why FSLabs is recommending a flaps 3 takeoff, but you know what? I'm going to do it anyway, just because I haven't tried it before, and I want to see what this is like. So, we will do a first in this channel. We're going to have a flaps 3 takeoff. Okay, so we'll see how that goes. Whoops. There we go. Hey Philip, actually I'm not sure that whatever, I don't know if you're using FLAI or some other traffic models that, you know, your VATSIM client is kind of using to generate AI traffic models, right? But I think the issue might be
Radio check.
5x5.
It works.
I think the issue might be maybe there isn't a like an AI traffic model for a Virgin America or Redwood A319, so that might be the issue potentially. Okay, 120, 123, and 127, and we'll do our departure brief here momentarily. Are you ready for the departure brief?
Ready.
Okay, this is going to be a standard left seat takeoff with takeoff flaps config 3, and takeoff flex temp 72, V1 120, rotate 123, and V2 at 127. We're located at gate 55,
Gotcha.
which is like alpha something now.
Lead on the comms here.
Oh, there you go. Hey, I can hear you great, Philip. 1 second. Need to pull up the Chrome window here. We're located at gate 55, which is an alpha gate now. They renumbered the gates at SFO recently. Okay, but gate 55, and we're going to be pushing back here on alpha, and then taxiing to hold short of 1 left via alpha Mike. Actually, let's do alpha Mike 1. You know what, it doesn't really matter. Alpha Mike, and then we'll hold short of 1 left for departure. During the departure, for any malfunctions before V1, engine failure, fire, loss of control, or aircraft unsafe to fly, I'm going to call stop to reject the takeoff, apply maximum braking, we'll exit off the runway if able, and advise ATC. Or in this case, ourselves. Any malfunctions after V1, we're going to continue the takeoff and treat it as an in-flight emergency. I will handle the controls and advise ATC, and you back me up with the ECAM memo action items. Pending that, we're going to be departing via the stick 4 RNAV departure this morning. So off of 1 left, maximum 210 knots, above 520 feet. Then we're going to turn left. Sorry, we're going to turn left, a heading of 014 to 520 feet, and then climbing left turn direct to stick, then climbing left turn direct to port at or below 10,000, then onto the Loshin transition. Top altitude for the SID is going to be flight level 19 or 0, so I'm going to make sure to set that in the altitude selector. And transition altitude, of course, 18,000. Radar required, GPS required, RNAV required. RNAV 1 required. Takeoff minimums, standard takeoff minimums for runway 1 left, 1 right, so we're all good there. So that's it for the departure brief. Actually, wait, did we look at weather? No, we didn't. Let's look at weather real quick. Okay, the weather at SFO, winds 320 at 4 knots, visibility 10 statute miles. Clouds broken
Hey guys,
at
all
18,000.
passers on board. Are we clear to close?
Go for it. Thanks.
Thanks. Let me know if you need anything.
Clouds broken at 18,000 feet, temperature 10, dew point 04, and altimeter is 3025. And that's it for the departure brief. Any questions? Any questions?
I'm good.
Before start checklist.
Cockpit prep.
Completed.
Completed. Gear pins and covers.
Removed.
Signs.
On auto.
Adheres.
Nav.
Fuel quantity.
11,200 pounds.
Takeoff data.
Set.
Barrel ref.
3025 set.
3025 set. Down to the line.
Okay. Beacon on. Let's go ahead and start pushback here, or request pushback. Prepare for pushback and departure. Cabin crew, arm slides, and cross-check. Below the line.
Windows and doors.
Closed.
Closed. Beacon.
On.
Thrust levers.
Overcast. We're ready for pushback.
Idle.
Parking brake.
Set.
Before start, checklist complete.
Okay, before we start, checklist complete. Let me get back to chat here real quick. Oh yeah, totally. I love the new VATSIM, what do they call it? Codec. I love the new VATSIM codec. It really does sound a lot truer to real life. The only thing missing is sometimes when you hear helicopter traffic and prop traffic, if it's allowed, you know, if the engine is going in a loud, you know, like on a higher setting in a prop plane or in a helicopter, right, that you hear that whoomp, 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 and you hear the sound of the propeller. That's the only thing missing. But otherwise, it sounds almost exactly like real life. And yeah, totally. Sorry, Will Dewey, I missed that question. Philip is right. The frequency is 122.8. And Philip, you want to see your airplane? Here, let me pull it up real quick, and then we'll push back here. That's you. And it looks like were you at the international gates? Oh no, you were at the Delta gates here. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, quick edit pushback. Let's go ahead and push on Alpha there.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
SFO traffic, Redwood 1969 is pushing on Alpha. Starting engine 1.
Check.
Hey, Will, sorry to hear that. Can't understand why you'd be having trouble.
San Francisco traffic, SkyWest 55.38, push the start from gate 70, San Francisco.
Can't understand why you'd be having trouble.
San Francisco traffic, United 837 head. The runway 28 left, the Alpha Foxtrot will call crossing 1 left and 1 right.
Can't imagine why you'd have trouble joining joining there. Will, sorry to hear that.
AI all over the place. Negative.
Okay, let's set park and brake here. And it looks like I'm still having these issues with GSX, so I'm going to have him aboard pushback. Hey, Will, I'm sorry. Make sure you tune in 122.8 on VHF1 or whatever comm frequency you have, and make sure you have VHF1 set to receive. And I'll get back to the questions later once I start taxiing out here. 1 second. I've got to make sure, because GSX is screwing up for me here. I got to make sure I remove the nose wheel steering pin. Okay, good start on both engine 1 and 2. After start checklist.
Anti-ice.
Virgin 1969, United 837.
United 837, go ahead, sorry. Am I in your way?
Yeah, when are you going to be ready to move? Because you're blocking Foxtrot, or blocking air.
I'm going to be moving here in just a minute. Actually, just a couple of seconds.
Okay.
Set and checked.
ECAM status.
And I'm going to 1 left. This is Redwood 1969. 1 left via Alpha Mike. Checked.
Pitch trim.
32% set.
Rudder trim.
Zero.
After start checklist complete.
Clear left side.
Clear right side. Check.
Flight controls check.
Ready. Full up. Full down. Neutral. Full left. Full right. Neutral.
Rudder.
With you. Full left. Full right. Neutral.
Okay, back to chat. TerraBlock Sky, just read the description. It's not X-Plane 11, it's P3D. Everything you need is in the description on the sim and scenery being used. Ryan Sky 777, no, they're not default. I think you have to get the Virgin America, you can create your own cabin announcements essentially for the airline you fly, or you can download them on the FSLabs forums. Okay, we'll stop here on Mike. Before takeoff checklist.
Flight controls.
Checked.
Checked. Flight instruments.
Checked.
Checked. Briefing.
Confirmed.
Flap setting.
Config 3.
Config 3. V1. VR. V2. Flex temp.
San Francisco traffic, United 837, cross 1 left to 1 right, Foxtrot.
V1 120, rotate 123, and V2 127. Flex temp 72. Flex temp 72.
V1 1 2 0 VR 1 2 3 V2 1 2 7 flex temp 7 2 degrees ATC
Set.
ECAM memo.
Takeoff no blue.
Down to the line.
Okay, and before I take off here, oh, there's Delta waiting to go behind me. 1 second, let me very quickly get back to the chat. Alex, you can set pretty much any time you want. Real world time works pretty well. I mean, it's afternoon here. It's just after 11 in the Bay Area, so 11:17 p.m. at the moment in San Francisco. And Addie, let me get back to that in just a second once we take off here, okay? Let's get going.
Approach path clear of traffic.
Let's get all the lights on, and let's get going.
Cabin crew, be seated for takeoff.
SFO traffic. Redwood 1969 will be taxiing on 1 left and holding momentarily for takeoff. SFO.
777, you're taking off on the wrong one. We're planning on 28 left. Okay, roger. Just let me know before you roll out. We're going
below the line.
Across. Yeah, we'll call lining up and then call taking off. Roger that. Hey, man.
Below the line.
Take off.
Pilot yesterday.
01 left confirmed. 1 left
Cabin crew.
advised.
TCAS.
TARA.
Engine mode selector.
Normal.
PAX.
Off.
Before takeoff checklist complete.
Ready.
Affirm.
San Francisco traffic, Redwood 1969 taking off. 1 left, stick 4 departure, San Francisco. Takeoff.
Check.
Manflex 72, SRS, auto thrust blue.
Check. Thrust set. knots.
Checked.
V1, rotate.
traffic, Delta 74.
Positive climb.
Gear up.
Departure.
Gear up.
Flaps 2. Okay, let's engage the autopilot. Thrust climb, climb.
Check.
Traffic, Delta 724, take off, but taking off on one left, SFO.
Philip, beep, 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 beep yourself. Was that you taking off just now? Sounds like it. Flap 0.
Speed check. Flap 0.
After takeoff, climb checklist. After takeoff, climb checklist. Alright, there's the old Candlestick Park. It's no longer there in real life, of course. It's been demolished. And that's what this particular SID is named after. Stick 4 for Candlestick Park. After takeoff, climb checklist.
Landing gear.
Up.
Flaps.
Retracted.
Pass.
On.
Down to the line.
Okay, down to the line. And you know what? We're going to assume that we've been cleared to climb all the way up to 19,000. So let's go ahead and go open climb. And Surfinator Little, sorry I missed your message earlier. Hello yourself. Ahoy. Hope you're doing well. Welcome aboard.
Big departure out to the right here, SFO.
And we'll go ahead and climb up to 31,000.
He's holding short at 28 right. And 837 is holding short at 28 left. Roger, that's guy west 5538. Like one left.
Alright, Addy, let me come back to the chat here. So you were asking, is there a way to send like a private message or something there, Addy? I don't know if there's a way to do it, so I'm not quite sure how to do that. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm not...
Seatbelts off.
Confirm.
Confirm clear. Rad nav.
Confirm.
Traffic United 837 lining up 28 left.
Out of curiosity, by the way, who else is currently waiting to take off from SFO who's joining us in this flight to Palm Springs? Alex, I think you said you were flying the...
Copy. Activate to secondary.
Confirm. Flying the Carinetto F50, right? Okay, we're coming up on Porta here.
San Francisco traffic United 837 heavy taking off 28 left.
Hey, Will. Hey, no worries. It's all good. It's all good. Hopefully, it's definitely next time we'll definitely try something like that. Look forward to it. Okay, just past Porta now. We're turning towards Lotion. And of course, I should have pointed this out earlier, but we've got Half Moon Bay, I think, directly underneath us. There it is, Half Moon Bay. Beautiful airport to fly into, by the way. There used to be this really awesome cafe. I think it was the Runway 31 cafe that was right there on the field. So you could, you know, if you were looking to do a $100 hamburger run, that was a great place to just kind of fly into. You can park your airplane right by that cafe and have some good food, have a burger or something. And it was a good place for kind of all the locals, you know, who were interested in aviation to come up there and, you know, watch the airplanes come and go. Awesome little airport, awesome little cafe. Unfortunately, they closed down. I think it was some kind of, like, I don't know, health code violation or something. I'm not quite sure, but unfortunately, they had to shut down. That's Orbx's Half Moon Bay scenery, by the way. Okay, coming up on 18,000 here. Hey, Alex, no worries. Take your time. It's all good. Oh, was he heading to Japan? That's awesome. Nice long flight there. And no wonder he was kind of annoyed when I was holding him up. It's a long way to go. Set standard.
Standard cross-check. Passing flight level 185.
Below the line.
Barrow ref.
Standard set.
Standard set. After takeoff, climb checklist complete. Now.
Checked. Okay, we're through transition. Got another 50 miles to go to our top of climb, flight level 310, and got
pick up above me at 36,737.
360 miles to go to Palm Springs, and we should be arriving in just under 45 minutes. Addy, yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe that's a way, but I'm not sure. Is there... Actually, Addy, you know what? Try this. Addy, just leave a comment on my most recent video. The reason being, all my comments are... for that particular video, you know, I've set it to review only. So nobody else is going to see it. I'm the only one that's going to see it. So send me a comment that way. And I'm going to delete it right after I get it. So try that. Put a comment on my most recent video. It's going to get held for review. And I'm the only one that's going to be able to see it. And I'll delete it right after I see it, okay? I'm not going to approve it so that way nobody else sees it. Because that's the only way I can think of to do this. At the moment, at least. And ooh, we got a really, really nice tailwind here. 64 knots, direct tailwind. That is nice. Minimums, it was relatively smooth. The autopilot did all the work, so I am not going to claim any credit for that smooth departure and climb. The autopilot did all the work for me. Alex, yeah, you should. You should file a flight plan. Just because you're flying IFR, and when you fly IFR, you always ought to have a flight plan, unless you're planning... Well, the thing is, like, you know, it's not the real world. In the real world, you can take off, and you can request a pop-up IFR clearance, right? But obviously, in the sim, the only way to do that still is you have to file a flight plan via vPilot or your pilot client.
I bet your home airport, San Carlos.
No, not SQL actually, but close, very close. Well, where do you fly out of curiosity there, Philip? Now, Philip, you said you just passed your check ride, right? So, what was your first flight, out of curiosity, after you did your check ride?
Napa.
Oh, very, very nice. Yeah, Addy, just try the comment system for now. I mean, you know, all those comments get held for review on my latest video anyway. So, so I will take a...
I just did my ride yesterday, man. Literally, like, not even 12.
Holy cow.
24 hours ago.
That is awesome, though. And Smurfinator, is this the Tolus A319? No, it's not. This is not X-Plane, right? So it's P3D. It's close. It's the FSLabs A319. Hey, Micah, welcome back. Good to see you back, man. How you doing?
But I have a plan in mind. I want to go out to the coast and fly up maybe as far as, like, make a turnaround.
Have you done SQL to Half Moon Bay and then up to Monterey? That's a really fun one.
That sounds nice. Real nice.
Okay, I'm gonna take a look at it, Addy. And if you're up for a longer flight, of course, that, you know, heading down to Santa Barbara, if you can find a good VFR day, which is hard sometimes because you always got marine layers that that come in over the coast. But if you get a good VFR day, a flight down to Santa Barbara is awesome. You get to see Big Sur, the Hearst Castle, San Simeon, all that fun stuff. We'll see you later, Smurfinator. Take care. The landing, Micah, I'm trying to remember. It was okay. It was a little floaty, but it was okay. Alex, what would your type code? If you're... for the F50, I'm going to guess you have RNAV capability, so you want to put in /L, I'm guessing? Say again?
Do you own your own aircraft, or do you just rent to fly?
No, just part of a club. Been thinking if I buy, I'm going to buy like an old tailwheel aircraft if I can. But just want to make sure I make the right decision. There's a number out there that are really inexpensive, you know, but I want to make sure I make the right decision. It is a hell of a commitment, you know.
1,000 to go.
Yeah, it's a huge commitment, man. I realized when I started flying that flying's a rich man's game.
Well, that's kind of why I got into gliding after a while too. Not so expensive, and you got to stay up for hours. Plus, you know, gliding tends to attract, you know, I think a wider group of people beyond just the typical sort of like doctors and software engineers and management types that you find in flying, or a power plane flying. Do I experience lag with my specs? Sometimes, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you saw the stutters earlier, they're minimums, so sometimes I do. Okay. Checked. We're at our top of climb here. We're in the cruise, so 176 miles to go to our top of descent. 300 miles to go. Now, actually, it's just under 45 minutes.
like pulled my power right over University, like at Davis, and I just had to drop 1,500 to get down with no power. I came up on, like, I was on base. I was like, oh my god, I'm so high, dude. I'm like, fuck, I just wanted to turn into the runway. But instead, I turned the other way, did a 2.7 and lined it up perfectly.
Okay, I've got LA Center calling me here. Let me contact him.
We gotta get over.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to contact LA Center here. By the way, your radio's breaking up a little there, Philip.
It's Delta 1724, flight level of 3.
Alright, I'm switching to LA Center here.
United, New Zealand 02, thanks. Maintain your present Mach number for spacing into Las Vegas.
Oh, Micah. Making things difficult, as always. Have I gotten Discord yet? You know what? I'm going to add that to my list of banned words. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to add Discord to my list of banned words.
Sorry about me, we're at flight level 30, way to Palms for sec.
Whoa.
I was stepped on American 51 Alpha radar contact 4,600 indicated climb maintain level 350.
Okay, we'll climb 350.
That was for American 51 Alpha only. American 51 Alpha radar contact 5,200 indicated climb maintain level 3. American 51 Alpha. Thank you. Reach 1855 on Alpha 6, cross runway 26.
It is busy.
25 of the ramp and remain on this
On frequency. Let me go ahead and hit the weather. I'm not going to bother him just yet. I'm going to wait until he's a little more free before I contact him. Yeah, it looks like winds are definitely favoring runway 13, or landing on the 13s today, so we're probably going to pick 13 right.
Delta 4, Delta Foxtrot. Wait, short delay for entrail.
No problem at all. Line up and wait one line for the Fox.
Southwest 3944, the San Diego altimeter. 101.
LA Center, good afternoon. Redwood 1969, flight level 310.
Redwood 1969, LA, hello, squawk 7147.
7147, Redwood 1969.
LA Center, Delta 1724. Sorry about the delay. We're at flight level 330.
Delta 1720. Squawk 7174.
Squawk 174, Delta 1724.
Hey Alex, no worries, it's all good. Thanks for trying though, I appreciate it. I'm sorry you couldn't get it to work, but thanks for trying.
The updated stars, so expect vectors to Los Angeles with 10 contact SoCal approach now 124.5. Delta 2952, Charles heading 350 on that heading to the airport will be at your 10 to 11 o'clock and 11 miles. Advise when you have it in sight.
Oh yes, Micah, the memories. Their safety video is absolutely legendary.
On the heading for Delta 20.
Roger, 350.
Redwood 1969, radar contact 53 northwest of Avenal.
Position checks for Redwood 1969. To say your last, you cut out at the very end.
Redwood. Sorry about that. State Mach number 18.
Mach 0.76 for Redwood 1969.
Redwood 1969, thanks. 0.72 or less for spacing to Palm Springs.
Sorry about that there, Philip. See, this is why you should have taken out first.
Delta 2962, thanks. Charles heading 290, clear visual approach, runway 26 left.
Oh yeah, it's a really addictive safety briefing there, Micah. I think it's the best one that was ever made, in my opinion.
Redwood 1969, reduce speed to Mach 0.72 for spacing into Palm Springs.
Mach 0.72 for spacing, Redwood 1969, thank you. Okay, let's go.
4 Delta Fox, wind calm, runway 1 right, clear for takeoff.
And we are holding clear for
Mach 0.72. There we go, selected mode. So that's all good there.
Delta 1724. 4, radar contact 39 northwest.
And Alex, when do I plan to do another group flight? I'm not sure, to be honest. You know, like I mentioned before, typically, you know, even my live streams are kind of impromptu. I'm never sure when to. You know, I kind of make my mind up at the last minute sometimes, so I'm not sure, but I'll think about it. I'll plan something a bit earlier next time. I might put something in the community tab of my channel if I plan a group flight again next time. Oh yeah, Micah, they won for sure. They did really, really well. Now, Micah, were you originally? Did you have family from the Bay Area, or did you live in the Bay Area before you moved to Salt Lake City? But yeah, they did awesome yesterday. Your dad's team is the Vikings. Yeah, all that talk about Cousins and how he was this.
338 Los Angeles Center. Hello, climbing level 370.
Alex McCuban, absolutely. We can certainly, you know, we could do so. You know, I'm thinking the next live stream we'll do some challenging approaches. So I'm thinking we'll do Innsbruck if people are interested. If you want to fly in the Alps, or we might do Samos or Kai-Tak. I think Kai-Tak sounds like a really, really fun one. So we might do that next time.
I'll only have that here for you momentarily, just for the spacing into Las Vegas and faster traffic that's off here.
Oh, hey, Addy, I'm going to take a look. 1 second.
No problem. Flying to 25 now, NZ802.
There it is. Okay. Hey, Addy, just reading it now. Thank you very much. I very, very much appreciate that. I absolutely think you should pursue that. I think that's a fantastic goal, and I totally agree with the sentiments that your parents shared with you. I think that's awesome. You should certainly be pursuing that for sure. And no, I appreciate all the jumping in and all the sharing you've been doing on here. I always welcome it. Thank you so much. It's been great having you as someone that joins in our chat every once in a while. That's awesome. Thank you so much. And I really do hope you pursue those goals in life, and I wish you nothing but the very, very best. That sounds like an awesome goal to be pursuing. And Minimums, Alaska 1969. Out of curiosity, Minimums, do you work for Alaska Airlines or something? Because you seem very, very worked up about this whole Redwood, Alaska thing. So I gotta tell you, me personally, I have never been able to let go of the fact that Virgin America got acquired by Alaska. I think it's such a tragedy. Because I think Alaska promised to keep some of the Virgin America, you know, culture, but honestly, it's really not the same. So I miss Virgin America, and I try to fly it as much as I can in the sim. It is the world of make-believe flying, after all. So this is an airline I used to fly a lot in real life. I love flying with them. I miss them so much. So I fly them whenever I can in the sim.
Maintain 13,000. No speed restriction. Keep it fast at the descent, please. To Las Vegas altimeter 3010.
No, Micah. I think the last livery was repainted to Alaska just a few months ago. Now, Alaska's not a bad airline. Don't get me wrong. I like Alaska. It's a good airline. But it's not Virgin America. Virgin America was, you know, it was really special. They, you know, the customer service is always top-notch. And I think more importantly, I don't know, as I get older in life, when I think about what I want from the companies that I, you know, buy products from or buy services from, you know, how companies treat their employees really matters to me. And I think Virgin America had a great reputation among their employees. Their employees always felt like they were taken care of. So, yeah, I think it was the pinnacle of service in the airline industry in the U.S., along with Hawaiian Airlines, of course, until Virgin America was acquired. Hey Mannix, the Gamer Zone, welcome aboard. Nice to see you. Are we doing E-flights today? Oh, Addy, do you mean are we doing the GA flight later? Oh, 3 flights. I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure I'll be able to, because it's actually it's almost noon here. So tell you what, if we're parked and all done with this flight by 12:30, we might be able to do a very quick flight in Lukla or something. A flight to Lukla, like a GA flight. So yeah, you know what, let's think about it. I am still open to it, so fingers crossed. Hopefully we can do a flight to Lukla, really short hop.
If you'd like to see any products, have any questions, or would like to make great savings, then just ask us as we join you in the cabin shortly.
This is Chick-fil-A.
Hey, Minimums. Who was it who said this was in Chick-fil-A? I missed the joke. Oh no, I always miss. What was the joke there? I'm just curious. Anybody else catch that? What was the Chick-fil-A joke about?
Caddy at 1-2000.
Minimums, it's interesting that you bring up WOW, Icelandic carrier, right? Now, so after they went under, I heard some rumors they were looking to rebrand and come back. I'm trying to remember the name of the rebranded, or the new branding they're considering if they bring back WOW. But I can't remember it just this moment. But I heard something about how they were trying to make a comeback, but not quite sure what the story is there. But it was really nice kind of having a, this sort of low-cost carrier that could fly to Europe like that. But, it sounds like a lot of low-cost carriers in Europe, at least some of the newer ones, right, have been kind of struggling. Like, whatever business model it is they picked, it clearly isn't working the way some of these, carriers were hoping it would. You know what, let me go ahead and set up RNAV 13 here. Because that's quite likely what we're going to be expecting. Oops. Infamous stutters all over again. So this is Orbx's Southern California scenery, and every time I fly in here, my god, the stutters are just horrible. Okay, let's see. RMP Zulu runway 13, right. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to plan on initially, at least, unless we're given radar vectors, which I kind of doubt. Okay, our VIA is going to be...
Southwest 2412, 350.
2412, LA Center, hello, good afternoon. Good
Let's try Fern.
Clock 7141.
7141 in the box, Southwest 2412. Yeah, I guess it is morning.
Yeah, for about another 10 minutes.
I don't know, I tend to think anything after... I tend to think anything after...
2412, radar contact 26 north.
After 11 is afternoon, but that's just me.
Thank you, sir.
So, community poll for those in the chat. Is anything after 11 p.m. considered morning or afternoon? Give me your responses, your thoughts. Mahmoud Khalid, hey, welcome aboard. How do I push that checklist? That checklist you're probably hearing, that's FS2 Crew, so I'm going to open up that window here. So this is a virtual co-pilot add-on from a company called FS2 Crew, and they make it for the PMDG aircraft, they make it for the FSLabs and the Aerosoft Airbuses. And so that's what you're hearing. Those are the checklists that I'm going through. And it works on occasion. On occasion it just causes more annoyance and trouble than it's worth. But I'm not sure if they make add-ons for X-Plane. They might. I don't think so. I think they only make it for P3D and FSX. But that's who I'm using. And George's FS video. Hey, welcome aboard, George. Hope you're doing well. We are off to Palm Springs, California. We're off to the desert in California here. And we departed San Francisco just about 30 minutes ago.
That'll be a final altitude, by the way. Departure frequency 125.8, squawk 7166.
So, Micah, out of curiosity, how are things going with the 787 and P3D? Micah, you have to take down the Christmas tree. Yeah, we haven't taken down the Christmas tree ourselves, actually. We need to do that. Our Christmas tree is still shining bright and spreading joy and cheer in our household, but we need to take that Christmas tree down. Now that we're past the holidays and the New Year, I think it's time that we stop being so cheerful.
United 12-6. South Altimeter 3010, when calm, descend via the K-Pac 6 arrival and expect a visual approach lane 26 left. American 255, descend via the Hollywood 1 arrival, the Ontario altimeter 3010.
Oh man, yeah. Sorry to hear that again, Mike. I think you mentioned that, or sorry, actually you did mention that earlier, that the GPU was causing issues. Hopefully you sort that out, and you can get it to work.
Can you repeat that, Otter?
Delta 1724, descending. Pre-arrival, accept delete all speed restrictions. The Palm Springs altimeter 3009.
Altimeter 3009. Descend down.
Hey, Will, many thanks. Have a great rest of your day. Good evening, good night. And thanks for joining. We'll certainly catch you next time. You take care. And have fun with your, good luck with your continued private pilot training and any exams you have left. Wish you nothing but the best in that regard. Hope you get that PPL. Have fun. We'll catch you later. Let's see, we're coming up on our top of descent here in 25 miles. By the way, I don't know if I missed any radio calls. Something I have to make sure I don't accidentally do, because I'm paying too much attention to streaming.
Via the Sizzler 3 arrival in the Palm Springs altimeter 3.
Descend via the Sizzler 4 arrival and say the altimeter again, Road 1969.
Road 1969, 3009 or 4.
3009 or Road 1969, thank you much. Okay, clear to descend via the Sizzler 3. So down in 900,000.
5.6, see you later.
You have control.
I have control.
That was 3187, descend via the Hollywood 1 arrival, the Ontario altimeter 010.
Okay, let's make sure I get the most updated events here at
Hollywood arrival,
Palm Springs.
3010, Southwest 3187.
Let's go ahead and print this out on my thermal printer here. Okay, same conditions as last time, it looks like. All right, that works out nicely. All right, altimeter is 3009er. Temperature is going to be 17 degrees Celsius. And winds 120 at 4. Pretty much calm. And we haven't been... what did I do? 120/4. We haven't been assigned a runway yet, so I'm not going to put in my MDA just yet. Actually, you know what? Might as well, right? All things considered.
You're welcome. New Zealand 802, Las Vegas altimeter 3010.
Decision altitude is 812 feet.
Arrival and expect vectors. Visual approach from 826.
KNH 3013, expect vectors.
And New Zealand 802, descend via the Cape X6 arrival now.
Descending via the Cape X.
Okay, let's go ahead and initiate our descent here. Okay, manage descent. Alright, let's see, what did I miss here? You ran out of data with Orbx add-ons. Oh man, sorry to hear that. Yeah, Micah, I would hold off on purchasing add-ons for Prepared until the new Microsoft Flight Simulator comes out. But that's just me personally. You know, I just think that I'm worried that a lot of these add-on developers, and I really hope this is not the case, but I suspect this is what's going to happen. I just suspect, right? That's just my opinion. But what I suspect is going to happen is that all these add-on developers are going to charge the same amount of money for an extra license to the new Microsoft Flight Simulator. So I would just hold off if it were me. And thank you for subscribing there, Mahmoud Khaled. Very much appreciated. Welcome on board.
6 left, or what'd you say?
That's the runway assignment I gave you, November 2 Romeo 5. 6 left.
I have 25 left and 25 right on my FMS. We have an updated air cycle though.
Yep, that's flies. Assignments changed for the east-west runways to Vegas a little over a year and a half ago. Coming up on 2 years now, we refer to them as their new designators. So it'll be runway 26 left. Just go ahead and use 25.
And minimum, sorry I missed your question. What made you want to fly the virtual skies? So that is, actually that's a relatively straightforward answer. So I was, you know, I think just like most people who were interested in aviation my age, right? And I'm in my 30s. You know, when we were a kid, right? When you were a kid, flight simming kind of was the way you would kind of satiate your interest in flying, at least until you could, you know, start actually flying real world. So I was simming before I was flying in the real world, and flight simming lets me do the kinds of flying that I would never be able to do in the real world, right? And so I tend to fly routes that you know, I find or do things in the sim that I tend to find interesting, right? Like flying challenging approaches, or practicing sorry, just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. I didn't. Just want to, you know, or practicing like engine outs, things like that. So fun stuff in the sim. I rarely use the sim for like real proficiency type stuff, you know, for the real world. But just because, I don't know, I think GA aircraft aerodynamic modeling in P3D is not that great. So I rarely use it for real-world proficiency. More just like, you know, these sorts of fun things that I just would never do in the real world. But yeah, I guess a long way of saying, you know, it had my interest when I was a kid, and I guess it continues to have my interest still.
Hello, it is, yes, just approaching the afternoon hour. Good afternoon to you as well.
Los Angeles Center, Airways 120
1, flight level 400.
Addy, you've arrived already. Where have you arrived?
121 Los Angeles Center, roger, good afternoon. And LA Center, JetBlue 125, thank you.
You know, let's go into... No. Never mind.
125 Los Angeles Center,
I'll stay in selected speed mode here.
LA Center, it's,
Wow, it's
11:59.
busy on LA Center frequency today.
On the Windows PC, it's
Now, Philip, out of curiosity, if you're still on, what approach were you planning to shoot at... what approach were you planning to shoot at Palm Springs? Were you thinking about the RNAV 13 right? Or were you thinking about something else? Palm Beach? Awesome, Addy.
Charlie 15 left standard to uniform. B3LA, are you on frequency?
Okay, let me go ahead and review this arrival here real quick. Okay, Sizzler between 230 and 200, then Mixmo, High Top, Suki, Biddy, Moron. That's always a fun intersection name to fly through. Are we at Moron yet? So Moron, then Fern, Jabok, Cuxit, Hopley. I don't think that makes sense though.
United 1216, flight present heading vector visual approach, set maintain 6000.
Do I have the right chart here? I think I do.
1216.
Fern. Oh, I see what happened. That was the 13 right RNAV. So I'm going to request the RNAV 13 right at Fern. That way, hopefully I don't have to reprogram the GPS here. We'll see.
Delta K23 LA, hello, Quantum level 350.
You know what? I'm going to slow down a bit more. It looks like I'm getting a bit close to the guy in front of us.
Alright, Center, United 1216 here with you now. United 12.
I'm sorry, I'm back here. Philip, you're doing the 13 right. Okay, no, that makes sense. Absolutely. That's what I'm planning on as well.
Robo 1969, maintain 270 knots or less for spacing in the descent.
270 or less for spacing, Redwood 1969. Thank you. I'm going to slow to 260 initially just because I can see I'm getting a bit close to him. Hey Micah, no worries, it's all good. Have fun taking down that tree. Are you ready for the approach brief?
Ready.
Okay, the weather at Palm Springs, winds 120 at 4 knots, visibility 10 statute miles, clear skies. Temperature 17 dew point 0, and altimeter is 3009er. We are arriving via the Sizzler 4 RNAV arrival. Let's go ahead and review that approach plate real quick. Okay, Sizzler between 230 and 200, Mixmo, High Top, Zuki, Biddy, Moron.
008, set.
Remember, one.
At 14,000. Biddy's 16. Oh, sorry, Fern 11,000, and then at Fern we'll hope to join the RMP 13 right arrival. Let's go ahead and bring up that approach plate here real quick.
Reporting 11204, altimeter 3009. What approach would you like to Palm Springs today?
Yeah, we're right currently. Delta 7.4.
Roger. Do you want the RNAV Zulu?
Okay, we'll do the RNAV Zulu 13 right. Final approach course 130, Jexot at 2900, DA 812 feet, visibility 1.25 miles, MSA 12,700, within 25 nautical miles of runway 13 right. Missed approach, in case we need to go missed, I'm going to climb to 900 feet, then climbing left turn to 4,000. Direct thermal and hold there. Oh, I see. Okay, Philip, that makes sense. I was okay. so somehow you got ahead of me. That's awesome. Or maybe did you take off before me or after me? I'm trying to remember. But awesome though. Okay, so from Fern, Jevok, Cooksit, Hopley, Yokel, Vasak, Intermediate Fix, Lakiv, Fivut, Jexot, Nutsi, and then RNAV, runway 13 right. 6,000, 44, 38, 29. There we go. So that's all good there. We're going to land flaps full, auto brake setting of medium. And once we land, we're going to exit quite likely on Whiskey 1 here and taxi the terminal. And that's it for the approach brief. And I know I'm through transition level here. I'm going to need to reset my altimeter.
16,000 is Delta Airbus 319 reported in sight. You're about 90 knots faster than him. United 1216, thanks for visual approach, lane 26 left, turn left heading 290.
Redwood 1969, we've got the Delta traffic ahead of us on radar here. Not in sight though, but I'm going to reduce speed here to minimum.
Redwood 1969, yeah, that'd be greatly appreciated. 250 knots or less, please, and you can expect the RNAV Zulu runway 13 right approach, Palm Springs, altimeter 3009.
250 or less, and RNAV Zulu 13 right, and 3009, Redwood 1969, thank you much.
Devil is 2187 up. Bravo, Bravo, cross runway 24 left, taxi echo.
Okay, let me reset my altimeter here.
Okay, 24 left, cross.
Things are getting a little hectic.
Oh, Bravo, cross 24 left.
Let's go down to 200. We'll go down to clean speed here.
He'll be following behind an Airbus 320.
Philip, out of curiosity, what speed are you going at? What's your indicated airspeed? And do you have winds aloft from Active Sky or something going?
Southwest 2412. United 8.
United 1897, runway 1 right.
Any questions?
No questions.
I have control.
You have control.
Approach checklist.
Briefing.
Confirmed.
ECAM status.
Copy, runway 1 right, fully. Charlie 6, Bravo, Delta, and cross runway
Checks.
right.
Seatbelts.
United 1216, wind
On.
7004 now, runway 26 left, clear to land.
3009ers set.
Frontier 2415.
3010 set.
Hanging out, 2415. Frontier 2415, thanks for hanging out. Welcome to the party. Descend via the Lucky to San Diego, altimeter 3008.
Via the Lucky, 08 on the altimeter.
Southwest 5392 LA, are you on frequency as well?
Set and checked.
Engine mode selector.
Normal.
Approach checklist complete.
Okay, approach checklist complete.
We'll have a descent clearance for you in about 2 minutes.
Let me make sure I set all this up.
69 at Fern intersection, third RNAV. Tree right approach, maintain 210 knots upon reaching Fern, please.
At Fern, clear the RNAV Zulu 13 right. We'll maintain 210 knots upon reaching Fern. Redwood 1969, thank you much.
American 255 information, Victor, curve for L. 3007 at Seaview intersection, cleared ILS from lane
Philip,
85.
oh, okay, no worries. Hey, it's all good, man. No worries at all. And minimums, I'm going to get to your question on shaders once things get a little less hectic here, okay? And minimums, why do we have a visual? Because vectoring aircraft for a visual at Palm Springs is very, very hard to do because of all the surrounding terrain. And if you have a controller that has a high workload, like our LA Center controller does today, it just makes things a lot easier for everybody, controllers and pilots alike, to be given an assigned approach. Especially, you know, not at all airports, but an airport that is as difficult to fly into as Palm Springs with all the surrounding terrain, it just makes more sense to fly this approach than request vectors for a visual.
1408, altimeter 3007, runway 15 left, clear to take.
Okay, I'm just trying to pull up my MDA here. 812. 2900.
Delta 223 traffic, 10 to 11 o'clock.
Okay.
310 time, you know, pass off your right hand side in the southwest.
Oh yeah, traffic in sight, shields up and phasers locked.
Shields up and phasers locked. That was awesome. Okay, so to the left side of the airplane is Big Bear. That's Big Bear Lake over there. Really nice airport, high altitude airport to fly into over there. Just over there to the right of Big Bear Lake. And up ahead, of course, is Palm Springs. So this is exactly why it's so hard to fly visual approaches here. Or why it's so hard to have vectors for visual here, because of all the surrounding terrain. Addy, I'll take a look at that comment once we land for sure.
Station 2, Romeo Foxtrot, constituting turbulence from the Airbus 320 on short spot. All the way to the end for GA, wind 0704, runway 26.
I need to get my speed brakes out.
For the general aviation, easier time. And runway 2.
Southwest 5392, descend via the Disney 4, Riley, Ontario, altimeter 3005.
How high am I? Oof, 500. Okay, not too bad. I was expecting it to be worse.
November 2167, thanks. Runway 12, clear to land. The winds are unavailable.
Okay, one thing I want to do is, let's go ahead and rotor our altitude here all the way down to our final approach fix approximately, and then I'll arm approach mode once we get to Fern.
090, when able, proceed direct Camarillo and resume low navigation. Direct Camarillo.
American 695 head.
7 cross runway 2, right, hold short of Bravo, locked.
Wow. Man, I feel kind of bad for this controller. He's doing, by the way, this controller is doing an absolutely amazing job, given how crazy busy this frequency is. Addy, that's not you. Although I think it's great that, you know, we've got such a variety of age groups on VATSIM. I think it's a great tool, you know, for getting young people into this sort of thing. I'm trying to look. Philip, you seem to be on course. You're slightly to the right of track, it looks like. But again, I'm not sure how accurate this track is, but you look like you're still on course. You look okay.
Start approved, 25 right expected, and which way do you want us to go?
Nobody else in the Charlie 7 or Charlie.
Just make sure to make that circling right, left turn there once you get to Javok, and you should be okay.
November 32, Hotel Papa, hold short runway 25 left. You can expect departure plans here in about a minute or so.
Alright,
You know, Addy, I think deeper voices help sometimes, but on the other hand, you got to realize, right, that we have a lot of great women pilots in our, you know, aviation system worldwide, right? And they do a pretty good job. Given the pitch, the typical pitch of a woman's voice, they do a pretty good job. So, I don't know. I think as long as you speak clearly and enunciate, and you slow yourself down, don't speak too fast, that's all you need to have a good voice when you're transmitting on the radio, either as a pilot or as ATC. Oh, I see what you mean, Addy. Absolutely. Yeah, no, to kind of develop that way of talking. No, totally agree with that. It is a great way to practice, for sure. Especially if you don't fly out of controlled airspace all that much. It's a great way to practice. Okay, now you're going off course slightly, looks like there, Philip. Make that turn, make that turn. Turn left. Yeah, minimum, so I agree. It's a totally weird approach path. Okay, approach mode is armed. I'm going to confirm and activate approach phase here. How you doing there, Philip? If that's you, you seem to be a little bit off. I hope you're doing okay, man.
Pacific 7571, turn left, direct clipper, and resume the Orca 3 departure.
Left direct clipper and
Hey, that's what makes this approach fun, though. That's what makes flight simming fun. You don't have to follow everything exactly.
You want IFR? Call it back for you.
Vacated right
United 1897, wind 0. 4, runway 1 right, clear for takeoff. 1 right.
Palm Springs Airport down there.
Station 2, Romeo Foxtrot, turn right, Alpha 8, cross runway 2.
I'm going to slow myself down a little bit more here because...
Runway 1 right on Bravo.
Alright, can you repeat that for 2 Romeo Foxtrot?
Remember, 2 Romeo Foxtrot, turn right, Alpha 8.
Okay, we're through 10,000.
6 right.
Lights, camera, action. Lights are coming on.
Runway 1 right on Bravo.
Alright, turn right onto Alpha 8. Turn right onto Alpha.
Flaps 1.
26 right. Left onto
Speed
Bravo.
check.
Hold short 1
Box
right.
one.
No, don't turn right on Alpha. Just go straight ahead on Alpha 8 to cross 26 right and then left up.
Straight ahead, then left on Bravo, and then hold short 1 right, I believe.
That was 338. Center was 35.6.
What happened there, Philip? I see ya. I see ya. You're over there somewhere. I'm gonna slow myself way down, actually.
Papa Arnab to Hipper, wind 2506, runway 25 left clear. November 392, Hotel Papa, wind 0, sorry, wind 2.
Famous Bowman, welcome aboard. No, it isn't. This is prepared. It's P3D. It's in the description. Ryan Sky, it's not Addy. It's actually Philip. That's Philip over there.
Citation 2 Rio Foxtrot on Bravo, cross runway 1 right and 1 left, taxi Bravo, Hotel to Atlantic, your signature with me on.
Cross 1 right, Bravo Hotel, and cross 1 left.
Los Angeles Center 67, clear of 1.
That's 2167, thanks taxi to transient pilot's discretion, we'll see you later.
I'm not sure. But then again, I don't want to bother Philip either, because I'm pretty sure he's in a pretty high-stress situation right now, trying to figure out how to fly this approach.
Hey, Bob, in that case, perfect. That sounds good with me. Do you have the Sevi departure?
Sorry, repeat one more time?
That'll be the Sevi departure.
I'm feeling like I should be slowing a final approach here. I still have 40... Oh my god, I've still got 40 miles to go.
75, that'll work. You're re-cleared to Denver, 78 departure.
Hey, Roland Sipring, welcome aboard. Hope you're doing well, man. Hey, yourself. Oh my god. Philip, we're going to be entering into some formation flying territory here if you don't get back on course. Let's see if we can spot him visually. I still can't see him. And by the way, I'm one of these purists. I don't have those overlays showing where the person is. I like to keep it kind of like real world, right? And actually visually spot the traffic as opposed to having a little information overlay that tells me where he is. But where is he? I don't see him.
Expect 13,000. 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency 125.8, squawk 7171.
I don't know, Philip. You tell me. I'm not sure where you are.
1985, runway 25 right, taxi.
I don't see you on my radar anymore. I don't see you on TCAS.
Charlie, Bravo, 1985.
Los Angeles Center, Giant 880, ready for taxi.
Giant 880 heavy, LA Center, hello, information, Victor's current, let me know. Do you need 25 right today, or are you able to 25 left?
I can do 25 left, and I have information, Victor.
Giant 880 heavy, thanks for waiting. Taxi Alpha 1, Alpha Foxtrot.
Foxtrot.
LA Center, Southwest. United 1897, radar in contact 10. Indicated climate maintain followable.
Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that there, Philip. You might have time to rejoin if you like. I'm not sure.
Clear to Phoenix, Fritter 3 departure, Canary
Radio altimeter alive.
Climb via the SID, except maintain 3000. Expect followable 31010 minutes after departure. 125.8471777.
Okay, you know what? I'm going to speed up here just so that we can get around this a little faster. Let's do one. Yeah, let's do 200. Why not? 31 miles to go.
2000.
Altimeter 3008, wind 29008 at Logan intersection, clear RNM 227 approach.
So this approach takes us all the way around and back into land.
I had about 3 different airplanes calling at once. The only aircraft we're going to talk to at the moment is Pacific 8436. Pacific 8436, wind 29008. Clear for takeoff. LA Center, Southwest 3202, contact Albuquerque Center 127.85. West 3202, contact Albuquerque Center. Welcome Delta 515, wind 250 at 6, RNAV 2, Docker, runway 25 right, clear for takeoff.
25 right.
I believe somebody was calling in there for clearance. That was Southwest 5396. If that was the case, sir, your clearance is on request. New Zealand 8. 0704, runway 26 left, clear to land. Sorry for the late call.
Addy, so how does RNAV work? Are you always doing ILS or visual? So RNAV and ILS are kind of in the same sort of category of approaches, right? They're instrument approaches. And instrument approaches, it works a lot like an ILS. You know, you have an autopilot that will, in an RNAV approach, you have lateral navigation and vertical navigation guidance, so LNAV and VNAV. And essentially you got to think of it as a curving ILS, or a curving instrument approach, if you have VNAV guidance. It is a lot like a curving ILS in the sense that instead of following ground-based navigation signals, you're actually following GPS, GPS guidance. So that's how RNAV works. There's a GPS track that is created by, the controlling body for this airspace, right? So this GPS track is then programmed into your flight computer, your GPS system on your airplane, and the autopilot can fly along, or you can follow it manually using the flight directors. That's how that works. Addy, so there are pre-made approach procedures that are already loaded into the FMC here. So all I need to do is load that, all I need to do is load that that approach procedure from the FMC. It's already in there. Micah, the tree is finally down. That's great to hear. Welcome back. That was pretty fast, actually, taking down that tree. It takes us a lot longer to take down our tree. Oops, auto brake setting back to medium, please.
Alpha 5, Bravo, to the right, cross.
Yeah, RNAV approaches are a lot of fun to try, especially this one at Palm Springs, because it has this awesome, fun, curving track into 1-3 right. Actually, you know what? I recommend the RNAV approach to 3-1 left. I think that is a lot more fun, because it brings you a lot closer to that terrain that's over there in the distance. Okay, final approach mode armed. Or sorry, final approach mode is active there on the flight mode enunciator. By the way, what happened to Philip? Did you? Oh, you said he disconnected, right? So, man, I'm sorry to hear that. Did the procedure, the RNAV procedure, just not load correctly there, Philip?
From 1969, wind 120 at 5, runway 13 right, clear to land.
13 right, clear to land, runway 1969, thank you.
LAX Center, Delta 724, 13 right, Palm Springs, hotel.
Delta 1724, thanks, taxi.
Butter the bread. Actually, this is not an airport that's very conducive to buttering. Because we've got this very long displaced threshold, and I'm trying to remember if the displaced threshold is just as long on the 13 right side as it is on the 131 left side. But if it's anything like the displaced threshold on 31 left, we're gonna have to I can't afford to float very much, basically, so I'm probably not gonna be buttering any bread. And Tesher Dylan, bonjour, yourself, hope you're doing well. By the way, that's the extent of my French, just to warn you. Flaps 2.
Speed check. Flaps 2.
Awesome, glad to hear that, Philip. I'm guessing you're offline there, Philip?
Number 609, uniform depart Camarillo, heading 065.
Ooh.
And intercept will be Van Nuys.
A little bit of a
radial inbound.
gust there, it looks like, or something. I don't know what exactly happened.
Number 609, uniform depart Camarillo, heading 065 to intercept the Van Nuys 255 radial inbound.
Okay, I'm going to focus here on landing. I'm going to step away from the chat, folks. Hope you don't mind, and we'll talk again once we land. Oh, 1 second. What was the missed approach altitude? 4,000.
Frontier 2415, Lindbergh altimeter 3008, wind 2908 at Lindy, clears localizer or RNAV runway 27 approach. 27 localizer approach, 24. Archer 609er,
Passing final approach fix 2900.
Archer 609.
Checked. Okay, autopilot off.
065, intercept the Van Nuys 255 radial inbound.
Flight director's off, bird on. Flight director's off, bird on. Gear down.
Gear down.
Giant 880, turn left, direct Clipper.
Okay, 13 right. I gotta make sure I remember that. Don't land on 13 left by mistake. Flaps 3.
Speed check. Flaps 3.
Census 21627, LA Center, hello, clearance is on request.
Flaps full.
Speed check. Flaps full. Cabin crew be seated for landing.
Landing checklist.
Cabin crew.
Advised.
Auto thrust.
Speed.
Auto brake.
Medium.
ECAM memo.
Landing no blue.
Landing checklist complete.
Okay, landing checklist complete. There we are, 13 right.
Sync rate.
I know.
the ramp is moving.
And cross 4 left at Alpha Alpha onto the ramp.
1,000.
3187.
Pacific 1980. Are now to Docker, wind 250 at 6 runway 25 right, clear for takeoff. Southwest 5396, runway 30, taxi 5. And 0 Charlie, on Southwest 5396.
James Mwaka, absolutely. Africa sounds like fun. I have a flight. I'll do a flight in the sim between Kigali and Kilimanjaro sometime. I promised to do that last year, so I'm going to do it as soon as I can. But I'm sorry, actually, I missed it when you said that earlier. But totally, Africa is a beautiful place, and I will certainly make sure to do a P3D flight to Africa someday.
500.
2162 set clearance available. Advise when ready to copy.
Okay, we've been clear to land.
400.
ECAM landing no blue. Everything is looking good. And you see how crazy long this display threshold is. That's what makes landing here so challenging, because in reality, you have a very, very short runway. Oh, hey, Philip. Okay, that is you. Okay, I was wondering who that was.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 10, 5.
November 2162 set 3 back for Rodney, Whiteman, altimeter 3009.
Reverse green, decel.
Okay, I'm not going to make that taxiway.
70 knots.
All right. It wasn't a buttery landing, but it wasn't a bad landing at all. I am okay with that one.
Right, taxi Charlie 8.
Charlie 8, Bravo 25, right 6132 heavy.
Pacific 1985, radar contact 4,500 indicated, quantity 70, I'll have it on course heading to Clipper for you and
Okay, let's see. I'm gonna figure out which gate to pull into here. 1 second. I think I'm gonna take gate 8 up ahead. I think, or gate 10.
Following traffic at your 1 o'clock, 13 miles, 5,700. Then just start turning in base your momentarily southwest.
Let's try gate 8. No, not gate 8. Gate 9 actually. That's what I wanted.
26, wind 3503, runway 30, clear for takeoff.
Okay. No. You know what? Let's do gate 10. I'm a little confused. There we go. That's the one I was looking for. And Philip, I see you kind of pulling in there.
JetBlue 471, runway 30, taxi via Charlie and Lima.
30 Charlie Lima, JetBlue 471.
After landing checklist.
Southwest 2412,
Retracted.
11 o'clock, 8 miles
Spoilers.
out of 6 miles.
Disarmed.
Following behind you is a
Start.
Frontier Airbus.
Radar.
Off.
Predictive wind shear system.
Off.
Approach landing
2415,
checklist.
I'm sorry, it's not going to work. Cancel approach clearance, turn left on gate 0 means
Where are you headed to there, Philip? Oh, you're headed to one of those gates there.
Broke up on the turn, turning left now.
Frontier 2415.
Alright, I'm gonna go straight ahead to this one. And I'll get back to the chat as soon as I'm parked here. Taxi light off.
185.
Starboard 1969, taxi lift to the ramp to remain this frequency.
To the ramp, this frequency, Redwood 1969. Thanks so much.
Pacific 1985, turn left direct Clipper and resume the Orca 3 departure.
Taxi light off.
Frontier 2415. Turn left heading 090. Virgin 7 Bravo descended for arrival.
Descend via Angel 4, Virgin 7 Bravo.
Okay, let's stop here.
JetBlue 125, yes, descend via the Lucky 1.
Oops. That's the one. Okay, parking brake is set. And APU is on. Let's go. And she is very, very unhappy with me. But you know what? GSX is not always accurate. Okay, let's go ahead and turn off the engines here. And we'll turn off seatbelts and beacon. Let's connect the gate. Okay, and I'll get back to the chat here. Micah, good luck. I needed that luck. James Mocha, many thanks. Ryan Sky 777, Reggio Calabria in P3D, have I ever landed? No, I've never heard of it. What's Reggio Calabria? That sounds like an Italian name, or Spanish, I'm not sure. It sounds Italian. Which country is that in, and what is the story with Reggio Calabria? And James Mavoka and Alex, that was not butter for sure. But it wasn't a bad landing. I was happy with it. And Roland, yeah, I'm looking... Actually, you know what? I might release an older video that I recorded a while back. In a little bit. I might release an older video. I did a flight that I recorded a couple of months ago going from... What was it? Kansai, Japan to Osaka, or sorry, Kansai, Japan in Osaka to Kansai in Osaka, Japan to God, I can't speak straight. Kansai in Osaka, Japan to Seoul Incheon Airport. So I might release that maybe later today, this evening or something. But otherwise, I'm thinking about doing a flight to Madeira next because I want to continue doing these challenging approaches. So I might do a video on that as well. And Philip, I see you there. You are in the Delta A319. Pretty cool. And James Mocha, you're 13 wanting to be a pilot. That's awesome, man. I really hope you pursue it. And I wish you all the best in your pursuit of that goal. Adam Barnett, what are you using for your AI traffic? This is GSX for the ground services. It's from FS Dream Team. And for AI traffic, I've just got a bunch of freeware models, you know, and repaints, and I use UT Live, but I never recommend UT Live because it's so limited in terms of the schedules and the default models. I think you're better off getting a freeware package like FLAI or something, or AIG schedules. And Christian Schra, hey, thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome aboard. Addy, I'm going to read the comment here. Just give me 1 second. Oops, 1 second. Parking checklist.
APU bleed.
On.
Engines.
Off.
Seatbelts.
Off.
Exterior lights.
Off.
Fuel pumps.
Off.
Parking brake and chocks.
On and in.
Parking checklist complete.
Okay, parking checklist complete. Let me go ahead and read that real quick. And let's see, Philip, I think I missed... Did you land? Oh no, you were on Taxiway Hotel when we were talking earlier. Okay, that makes sense. How was your landing, Philip? That displaced threshold on 13 right always throws me for a loop because you feel like you're landing so long, right? It's crazy. Okay, 1 second here.
Lufthansa 456 descend via the Angel for arrival. November 609 uniform, thanks. Let me know when you're almost finished with the second turn and we'll clear you.
Hey, absolutely, Addy. No, I'll certainly take a look at that Discord thing for sure. As I said, you know, I kind of like to make sure I know what I'm getting myself into, so to speak, with this whole Discord thing. So I will certainly look into that. I've been kind of busy with a lot of things going on in life, obviously, and so the Discord thing, you know, it's just like setting up a YouTube channel. It's something that takes work, and I want to make sure I give it my full attention when I get to it. But I will certainly let you know about that. and I might reach out to get some help for that for sure. Thank you so much for offering. I really appreciate that. Philip, you wanted me to think that you landed and pulled off an hotel. Well, I believed you. You landed all on that threshold. You were all over that threshold, man. That's awesome. Absolutely. I will let you know, Addy, for sure. Thank you so much for offering that. And Ryan Sky 777, it is in Italy, and the final. Ooh, I'm gonna look it up for sure. Reggio Calabria. I'm gonna note that down because I always like learning about interesting, challenging approaches that I don't know about, or I didn't know about before. So I will certainly look that up. There was actually an airline pilot who flies in the Middle East. I'm pretty sure he flies in Pakistan, but I'm not sure. But he was contacting me to let me know about this approach to an airport called Skardu in Pakistan. And my God, you guys have to watch some videos on YouTube from JetPlanes where they fly into Skardu. It is like the Pakistani Paro. It is so challenging flying that approach, and it looks awesome. The only problem is I haven't found a good scenery for Paro, and I need to figure out how to get Ortho for X-Plane to work. Or sorry, Ortho for P3D to work. But once I do that, I'm going to try the Skardu approach as well. But thank you for letting me know about that there, Ryan Sky. I will certainly try it out. It looks like fun. Reggio Calabria, I'll try it out. Hey, Flyboy31, hope you're doing well. Good to see you again. Hope everything is going well with you. Okay, so here's the question. It is 12:41. Actually, Flyboy, if you want to stick around, I think we'll do a very quick flight from Phaplu to Lukla in the Himalayas. So we'll check out that Aerosoft Mount Everest extreme scenery. So we'll do a quick flight there right after this. So as long as I can keep that part of the stream below 30 minutes, I should be okay. I've got to be... I've got a strict curfew of 1:30 p.m. my time, so I am good for now. Tell you what, let's go ahead and pause the stream here, and for those of you that want to stay a bit longer, we'll do a very, very short flight from Phaplu to Lukla, GA flying. So we're flying a turboprop. We're going to fly the Milviz turbine Otter from Phaplu to Lukla, and we'll fly that fun, challenging approach at Lukla. So let's go ahead and take a break here. I'm going to sign off the pilot. And we'll fly that flight. Okay. All right, so let's take another, what do you say, 10-minute break here? And we'll come back and do that flight to Lukla. That's awesome, Flyboy. East is east and west is best, they say. No, I'm just kidding. It's not really true, but West Coast is awesome. It's a lot more laid back. I think people are friendlier in general, just because it's always better weather anyway. But anyway, let's go ahead and put this on this screen, the Be Right Back screen. I'll put on some music, and we'll come back in just about 10 minutes or so and do a flight to Lukla. All right, so we'll see you in a bit. Hey, we're back. So, we're flying the Milviz turbine Otter, and this is Aerosoft slash Limesim's Lukla Mount Everest extreme scenery, and we're flying from this airport called Phaplu, mountain airport in Nepal at an elevation of 8,100 feet almost. So we're at this airport called Phaplu, and then we're going to be going over to Lukla Airport, which is very, very close by. It's just in an adjacent valley. So we're taking off downhill on 20, I believe, making an immediate left turn, tracking along that valley, and then we'll hop over into the adjacent valley to Lukla. So that is our plan. And thanks to all of you that stuck around for this flight. Let's go ahead and start this aircraft up and get going. And let's see if I missed anything. No, actually it looks like I'm all more or less caught up. Hey, Addy, oh man, I'm sorry to hear that you can't get your Ortho for X-Plane working. Ortho for X-Plane is certainly super awesome. Okay, let me just make sure I set everything here. Park and brake is set. Flight controls are unlocked. Check for correct, free, and full movement. Let me go ahead and do that real quick. Actually, it's not going to move because it's hydraulic. Anyway. Okay, trim tabs as required. All switches off except the generator switch on the junction box. It's the inverter switch right there. Let's go ahead and get all the switches on. Condition lever to idle cutoff. Fuel emergency shutoff in. Inverter on. I did that. Fuel transfer selector off. That's good right there. Flight instruments checked. Altimeter is set to 3001, it looks like. Or 3002, actually. Okay, master switch on. Hey, Will, welcome back. Hope you're doing well, man. Nice to see you back on. By the way, what time is it in the UK there, Will? And, fuel quantities, check gauge indications. We're good on fuel there. So, master switch back to... Actually, I'm going to leave it on. All doors closed and secure. Propeller area clear. Brakes check set. Power lever to idle. Standby emergency power lever wire to off. So that's good. We're not going to break that anytime today, hopefully. Condition lever to idle cutoff. It is... master switch on, cabin heat control lever cold, number 2 fuel boost pump switch on. We'll check for fuel pressure rise, there it is. Then we'll turn on boost pump 1, turn off boost pump 2, ensure there's still fuel pressure, there is. P3 heater on. Oh, there it is. It's been a while since I've flown this aircraft, by the way, you have to forgive me. P3 heater on, we'll leave it on. Starter switch, hold on, ignition on, and then starter switch, hold on, and check for oil pressure rise. Condition lever to run after stabilize NG at or above 12%. So there's NG right there, which we're going to look to get about 12%. And then normal idle is going to be 52.6%. Then we're going to check oil pressure. So let's go ahead and start things up here. Ignition on, starter on. Once NG is past 12%, we're going to go condition lever to run. And let's guard it. ITT coming up. Want to make sure that doesn't exceed its limits because we're at a high altitude airport, of course. That's always a risk that you can overheat the engine. There we go. Looks like NG is going to start stabilizing here. And we did have oil pressure, so that's good as well. NG is stabilizing around just a little over 50%. Okay, let's go ahead and get the prop to full increase there. Engine starter and ignition switches off. Okay, engine warm up with power lever idle. Check oil pressure is at or above, is above 85 psi, it is. And oil temperature is about 0 degrees centigrade. It looks good there. Ensure propeller control is purged by feathering and unfeathering the prop once with the power lever and idle. So let's go ahead and do that. Feather it. And let's unfeather it as well. Okay, that's good. Prop RPM coming back up. Okay, wing flaps to cruise. It's set already. Engine temperatures monitor, parking brake off. We'll test wheel brakes as soon as airplane starts moving. And I'm going to turn on my ground steering now. Okay, and we're ready to go, but let me make sure I make myself visible here. Should have turned on my beacon, nav lights earlier. Let's go with nav strobes on. Nobody else around us. Landing light on. And everything else is looking good. We're going to disregard the GPS today. We don't really need that, so that's all good there. Okay, let me get back to the chat. Photorail scenery, the Palm Beach area. Yeah, that'd be cool. And currently just before 9 p.m. Okay, so it's not too late in that case, Will. That's awesome. And just before 2200 hours there, Addy. Okay, not too bad as well. Hey, Pavlin, good to see you. How are you doing? This plane is the Milviz de Havilland Turbine Otter DHC-3T. Really nice, fun airplane to fly. So that's what we're flying today. And we're going to fly from Phaplu to Lukla. Oh, and somebody was asking about Addy. Some dog is playing PTU. It is an actual dog, actually. Let me show you this. This is awesome. It is so cool they've actually modeled this. So this is Limesim. They've modeled some pretty interesting things here, so I'll show you. These sceneries have a lot of nice little detail. Boy, it's taking a while to move, but there you go. That dog, or that barking you hear, that's this dog right here. And no wonder he's barking, right? Because he's got this very sort of either scared or aggressive looking cat that he's right across from. And you got somebody waiting to go to destinations unknown. Somebody else here hanging out. It's pretty cool scenery. Okay, let's get going. And Alex, this is Phaplu Airport. I think the identifier, God, I hope I didn't get this wrong, but I think the identifier is Victor November Lima Papa. At least I think that's what the identifier is. Phaplu Airport. And Addy, do I have the DA-62? No, I don't. I've never gotten that that airport. Or sorry, that aircraft add-on. Yeah, we're going to Lukla. That's our plan. Okay, let's get going. Brakes released. Let's start taxiing on down to the end of runway 20 here. And it's a tailwheel aircraft, right? So with a tailwheel aircraft, always going to get your stick back. Always want to make sure you know where the winds are coming from. Today the winds are calm, so not too bad. But they're out of the north at 4 knots. So it's a tailwind initially, tailwind from the left. So climb into, fly away, right? So tailwheel aircraft, right? You always want to get in the mindset that you're... Oh my god, I forgot something. Toggle my reds. I had my, I don't know if you guys noticed this, but I had my pitot cover still on. Hopefully, leaving that on doesn't cause problems later. I removed it. Alright, we're going to taxi down to 20 here, flip around, and then get ready to go. And you can see it's a downhill runway. It is very close, Pavlin. Lukla is only like 20 miles away, I think, or 10 miles away. Actually, less than 10 miles. It's the very next valley off to the right. But we got to make a turn first to clear this terrain here. And then we'll be climbing high enough to jump over to the adjacent valley, and then we'll go. Philip Norman, the codes are... sorry, actually, let me put this in. Phaplu, I think. Victor November Lima Papa, I think. Or is it BNPL? 1 second, actually, let me confirm that. 1 second. I'm trying to look it up here. Where is it? Yeah, actually it's VNPL, Victor November Papa Lima. And Lukla is Victor November Lima Kilo. Let me type that out real quick and then we'll get going. Victor November, Victor November Papa Lima to Victor November Lukla. Okay, Lukla. Okay, so that's what we're doing. Let's see. I want to set my flaps for takeoff. So before takeoff checklist, all doors properly closed and latched. Tailplane trim set to takeoff. That's our takeoff setting right there. Wing, rudder, and aileron trim zeroed, and let's set flaps for takeoff. We're going to go to landing and takeoff and landing position there. Directional gyros, and artificial horizon set and uncaged. Looks like everything is good there. Yep. Okay, radios, nav aids, not going to be needing them today. Just pure old school VFR. Heck, I'm not even going to use my transponder. Because if I go down, maybe I just don't want to be found, you know. But okay, so flap set, takeoff, and landing position. All instruments in the correct ranges. Pitot head heater on when required. We're good there. No visible moisture or anything like that. If outside air temperature 41 degrees or less with visible moisture, no need for all that. We're good there. Stall warning light push to check lighting. I think there's an issue there with that one, right? Oh, that's why. Nav master should be on. Nope. I think that's just a bug with the airplane. I'm not sure. It does not matter. We'll ignore it. Okay, stall warning test. Propeller full increase. Ignition switch on for takeoff. Hey Philip, no worries. You go have fun in Nova Scotia, man. That sounds awesome. Enjoy yourself. And thanks so much for joining. It's good luck with that program in or the new gig in Florida, man. It was nice to meet you, and hope that all works out great. That is awesome that you're doing that. American Flyers, right? So hey, good luck with that. Awesome that you're doing that. Where were we? Ignition switch on. We turn that on. Okay, takeoff. Align the runway, tail wheel locked. Let's just make sure we're properly aligned here. Okay, properly aligned. Let's go ahead and lock the tail wheel. Let's see, power lever advance smoothly to takeoff power, whatever the limits are. So again, high altitude airport, as your altitude goes up, ITT becomes more of a governing limit in a turbine engine. So we're going to keep a very, very close eye on that ITT gauge once we put in takeoff power, and we're going to let the airplane lift itself off in a tail down attitude, approximately 60 miles per hour, and then permit airspeed to build up to 80 miles per hour. Okay, that's all good there. All right, let's get going. Okay, increase power very, very carefully. Respect that ITT limit there. Okay, airplane's off. Boy, I am flying very, very uncoordinated today for some reason. And let's go flaps to climb. Okay, flaps up, or not yet. Actually, let's make sure we clear this valley before we go through the climb checklist. Whoops. Make sure I get below the ITT limit there. Do not want to exceed that limit. What you're going to do, or what you're going to hear if I exceed that limit, is a very, very loud bang, followed by sounds of frustration, screaming, you name it. Let's go and turn the ignition off, actually. We'll go through the climb checklist later. So you can see it's a really sluggish climb because we're at a pretty high altitude. And Phaplu, I'm not sure if that's Everest. I don't think it is, actually. I think it might be another mountain. I think that might be Everest over there, but I'm not quite sure, to be honest. Boy, we have a very, very sluggish climb going here. We might have to circle a bit in this valley in order to climb sufficiently so that we can turn over to turn to the right into the adjacent valley for Everest, or sorry, for Lukla. And Will Dewey, oh, hey, that is a great question. Don't even get me started. So, I've given this some thought. Personally, if I could afford it, and it's well into the six figures, right? But if I could afford it, the X-Cub would be the aircraft I would love to buy in real life. But the Super Cub is a very, very close kind of second. You know, I actually did my tailwheel training in a Super Cub, and it's just such a beautiful, fun airplane to fly. It's really quirky, too, because, you know, in the Super Cub and the J3 Cub, the original, the granddaddy of them all, right? You see how your rudder pedals have toe brakes in most aircraft? The Super Cub and the Cub have heel brakes. So if you want to brake or use you know, differential braking on the ground, you actually have to get the balls of your feet, the heels of your feet, off the rudder pedals and put them on the heel brakes, which is very, very interesting. It's a really quirky airplane to fly. But yeah, if I could in real life, I would love to get the X-Cub. I really want to get into bush flying in real life. I would love to do that. You know, I fly out of grass strips every once in a while, but I would love to do more of that. So either the X-Cub or the Super Cub would be something I would love to buy in real life if I could. And Alex, the SR-22, yeah, that sounds like a really fun airplane to fly. Out of curiosity, I'm trying to remember, what is the service ceiling on the SR-22 Turbo? How high can you get? Okay, so all we need to do now is hop over into this adjacent valley, and I think we're high enough that we'll clear it. So let's go ahead and retract the flaps, do our climb checklist. Flaps up, ignition off, tail wheel off. Okay, and we'll climb at 80 knots. We'll just go into this adjacent valley, and Lukla is really close by. Philip, oh man, unfortunately, unless I pause the sim, I can't do it right now. But are you flying the Coronado Dornier there, Philip? And we'll climb to 11,000 and stop at 11,000, actually. Don't need to get much higher. And oh boy, I need to make sure I stay below that ITT limit. So ITT, your power will creep up as you get higher. So you always want to make sure you stay well below that limit to avoid causing any issues with the airplane. And I'm going to go to 2,000 RPM here on the prop. Okay, 2,000. Now a question for y'all. Do you know what we did wrong before we started the engine? Hold on, Philip, just hold on. It's not that easy. I've got to make sure I got the right call sign and everything, so 1 second. Wow, service ceiling is 25,000 feet. That's amazing. Addy, I am using the CH Pro pedals for rudder. And I've got cruise flaps. Okay, descent checklist. Power lever, reduce required airspeed, 133 propeller lever, approach full increase, tail wheel locked. You know what, just so I don't forget later, because these things are going to... You can see Lukla right there, actually. You see how close it is? That's it right there. Lukla is right there. So I want to start descending now. Propeller full increase, tail wheel locked, flaps as required. We'll start bringing in the flaps once we get below the wide arc here. Or once we get into the wide arc here. Okay, for landing, flaps in the takeoff and landing position. I'm just going to turn it on right now. The ignition on. Airspeed on final 80 miles per hour. I'm going to go a little slower because I'm going to aim for a short field landing, obviously. Except I don't know what the speed is. As long as I keep it in the wide arc, keep it about stall speed, I should be okay. I might slow it all the way down to 65, 60 even, maybe. Okay, so we're going to descend now down to 9,500 feet. Wow, Philip, you're really on this. Philip, I'll get on V-Pilot once we land. If you're in Lukla, then we'll check it out. Actually, I'm not sure. One sec. You know, let me focus on the landing here. Yeah, Will, I strongly recommend it. You know, being a flying tailwheel aircraft just makes you a much better stick and rudder pilot. You know, one of the things that I learned once I got my tailwheel rating was, you know, how to pick up on things that I just didn't have the perspective for before, right? So, for example, if the nose of the aircraft moves maybe a degree or two, you know, you don't really care about it so much in a 172. In a tailwheel aircraft, it matters so much, right? Because it can make the difference between you making a safe landing or ground looping the airplane, which can happen. And so, tailwheel training really taught me to be much more precise as a pilot in general. And of course, you know, my landings became infinitely better as a pilot, no matter what aircraft I was flying after I got my tailwheel rating. Okay, let me pull up the approach chart here. So 9,500 feet until I get here. And then over the river, it's 9,300. Okay, all that is looking good to me. Let me start getting flaps out since we're in the wide arc at this point. So there's a river below. Over the river, I want to be at 9,300. And by the way, this airport has an interesting procedure. Once you're below 9,300 feet, you're committed to the landing. You cannot go missed in this aircraft at this airport. Once you're below 9,300, you're absolutely committed to the landing, which is very, very interesting. Okay, let's go flaps to the takeoff and landing position. And we're going to do a straight in here on the runway 06 here at Lukla. Okay, let's go ahead and start coming on in. 9,300 feet is our commitment point. That's our altitude at which we're absolutely committed to the landing. No go-arounds at that point. And of course you have this upsloping runway, which makes things extra interesting. Because I could be at the airport elevation here. I think it's around 9,200, and because it appears to be sloping, because it is sloping, you know, I get the illusion that I'm lower than I really am. Yep, I'm definitely a little low here. Yep, definitely low. And we'll try and make a 3-point landing here. Okay, tail wheel full back, or sorry, elevator full back. Let's turn on the ground steering here. Oh no. Went the other way. Okay, there we go. That's perfect. And let's keep some momentum going so we can roll up the hill here. We're rolling back, oh no! Let's get some momentum going, please. There we go. I stopped a little too quickly. Definitely need to get some momentum going so that you can turn up here. And P3D and P3D aircraft don't do well with these sorts of corners, vertical sort of, you know, corners that you see here. So hopefully we can make it over the top of this. And then we got to make an immediate right turn. Let's track the flaps. And we'll try and turn in here. Woo! Trying not to hit anything. You know, it's amazing watching the professionals at Lukla make these turns because, and you can see I hit the fence there, but it's amazing watching the professionals at Lukla kind of make these turns like it's nothing. And 1 second, I'll get back to the chat as soon as I'm straightened out here. Okay. Alright, we'll check out a replay of that, of course. Okay, let me get back to the chat real quick. Alex, you went up to 10,000 feet. Going any higher requires oxygen. Oh, okay. I'm trying to remember what the altitudes are in the US, but I think 12,500 feet you need supplementary oxygen, right? And then 14,000 you need to provide oxygen continuously at all times for passengers or something like that. I don't do a whole lot of high altitude flying in real life, so, but I think that's what the numbers are in the US. And something about 30 minutes above 12,500 or 10,000 or something like that. But that's pretty cool though. You can get pretty high in the SR-22 for sure. Oh yeah, an aerobatics course, Alex, would be super awesome too. Some upset recovering training, right? That sort of thing is, I think, incredibly valuable as a pilot to do that sort of thing. And Philip Normal, yeah, it's an endorsement. You're totally right. It's not a rating. It's an endorsement. Just like your complex or your high-performance endorsements. Okay, let's do a quick replay here. See what that looked like, and then we'll call it a day. Okay, we're coming up on 1:30 here, so as long as I'm done in the next 3 to 4 minutes, I think we should be okay. Okay, let's do a replay, and then we'll call it an evening, or afternoon. Hey, will do, Addy. Thank you so much for joining. Have a great rest of your night. I'll certainly let you know about that. Thanks so much for your offer. I will certainly look into that. You have a great night, man. And a great rest of your week. A little bit of a wheel landing there, but we came down on the tail wheel and kind of made it a 3-point after a little hesitation. Okay, not too bad. I want to see that in the tower view real quick. Let's do that real quick. Oh, actually, wait. There's a different view that I want to use. Lukla Overlook, that's the one I want. Yeah, I got a little low. A lot lower than I wanted to. Again, you know, when you have a runway that slopes up so much, you have this illusion as a pilot that you're too low, or you're too high, and that forces you to descend far more than you need to. So I was pretty much almost flying level as I came into land here. But there we go. Got a little bit of a let the wind carry me a little bit there at the ending, which is not good as a tailwheel pilot, but otherwise not too bad. I'm actually pretty happy with that one. Okay, let's go ahead and stop the replay. Hey Philip, you take care. Thanks for joining. We'll catch you later. We're just going to finish up here in the next couple of minutes anyway. But you take care. Thanks for joining. Okay. Parking brake set. Let's go ahead and go through the shutdown checklist. Landing light off. Strobes off. Ignition off. Okay, parking brake set. Power lever to idle. Tail wheel control off. Propeller lever to feather. So let's do that real quick. Condition lever to idle cutoff, so let's do that. And once NG gets below 5%, we'll turn off the fuel boost pumps. Okay, there we are, below 5%, fuel boost pumps off. And let's turn everything else off. Nav radio, should have turned that off earlier. Actually, don't like nav master on with the engine on, or with the engine off. Inverter off, and let's turn off the lights. Beacon off, nav lights off. Open the doors, turn off the master switch. Hey, Will, absolutely. Thank you for joining. Glad you liked it. We'll certainly see you in the next stream, or perhaps, yeah, or maybe at Oshkosh over the summer. We'll see. But hopefully we'll do a live stream before that. I'm not sure yet. But we'll certainly look into it. Okay, so we're on the ground at Lukla. Beautiful scenery. Really love this one. And I'm not quite sure what mountain that is. I don't think it's Everest, but or maybe it is. I'm not sure. Anyway. So hey, it is coming up on my curfew here. I have a hard stop at 1:30, and looks like we're going to make it. So hey, thank you all so much for joining. Hope you enjoyed it. You have a great rest of your day, and look forward to catching you all in the future. Y'all take care. Bye-bye.